Good morning, colleagues. We will be starting in exactly a minute's time from now, so please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. We will commence in a minute. Okay, good morning, colleagues. It's with great honor and excitement that we welcome you to this inaugural conference, a milestone moment that marks the beginning of a new chapter filled with promise, purpose, and progress. My name is Lee Goliath, and I have a distinct pleasure of standing alongside Ms. Khosi and Dumela, and we are going to be your program directors for the day. Together, we are here to guide you through this day, with the insightful dialogue, inspiring presentations, and meaningful connections. This conference is not just an event, it's a foundation and a shared vision. The conference, and we are delighted to have you here to be part of it from the very beginning, our first ever undergraduate and honors conference. I would like to, with great respect and appreciation, we acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests at this landmark occasion. The inaugural University of the Free State Library and Information Services Honors and Undergraduate Research Conference. We are deeply honored to acknowledge the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Internationalization, the esteemed Professor Vasu Reddy, whose visionary leadership continues to shape the research landscape at the University of the Free State. We would like to honor the Director of the Library and Information Services, Ms. Jeanette Molopiani, whose dedication and strategic direction have been instrumental in fostering academic excellence. We do acknowledge the executive of the University of the Free State Library and Information, Mr. Larsen Naiker, and Dr. Monde Madiba for their continued support and commitment to innovation in library services. Mrs. Cornell Skeltema van Wyk and Mr. Malepo, who are acknowledged in absentia for their valued contributions. We'd also further like to acknowledge Ms. Betsy Eyster, the University Librarian of the Central University of Technology, and her esteemed delegation. We acknowledge Mr. Magudongo Mashlongo, the Director of the Library and Information Services at the Sol Plaatje University Library and Information Services, along with his dedicated colleagues. A special word of welcome goes out to our guests from Rosebank College and our research and academics present today, and all the presenters who are here to share their insights and scholarly work. We acknowledge our online guests and we appreciate your presence. All protocols observed.
Thank you, Mr. Goliath. Colleagues, it's only two things from my side. Firstly, I would like to also acknowledge the Memorandum of Understanding between Sol Plaatje University Library, Central University of Technology Library, and the University of the Free State Library. Secondly, a bit of some house rules. The bathrooms, as you walk out of the venue towards the ramp, you'll see them on your left-hand side. In case of emergency, as you exit the room also, all the exit doors are labeled accordingly. And lastly, may we please ask that our cell phones are at minimal or in the silent mode so that we do not disrupt the conference proceedings. And also, if you're going to be moving in and out of the venue, please make sure that you do that quietly so. Thank you.
Thank you, Khosi. Colleagues, your presence here today affirms the importance of collaboration, of research, and the celebration of emerging academic voices. We thank you for joining us in making this inaugural conference a meaningful and memorable one. At this pivotal moment, it is my distinct privilege to extend the most respectful and heartfelt welcome to the Director of the University of the Free State Library and Information Services, Mrs. Jeanette Molopiani, as she makes her way. Director, your presence here today is deeply appreciated and most significant. It reflects not only your steadfast commitment to the advancement of research and scholarship within the university's academic project, but it also your visionary leadership in positioning the library and information services as a cornerstone of academic excellence and innovation. Your support has been instrumental in the realization of this inaugural conference, and we're sincerely grateful for your continued guidance and encouragement. We look forward to your welcome and official opening of this important intellectual gathering. Thank you. Can we give Ms. Molopiani a hand of applause? Thank you.
Can you mention this?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Molweni, Dumelang, Absheni, Dimacheroni, Khuyemura. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the University of the Free State to accord us the opportunity to launch the first ever undergraduate honors research conference. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to open what promises to be a vibrant and intellectually stimulating gathering of emerging scholars, seasoned academics, and passionate researchers. We are referring to our undergraduate and honor student in so doing. This conference marks a significant milestone in our academic calendar as it offers unique platform for undergraduate and honor students to showcase the fruits of their intellectual labor, research projects that are not only academically sound, but also socially relevant, creative, and grounded in rigorous inquiry. Today, we celebrate their courage, innovation, and commitment to knowledge. Allow me at this juncture to acknowledge and extend our deepest gratitude to the visionary leader and champion of research at our institution, Professor Vasu Reddy, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Internationalization. Professor Reddy, your steadfast commitment to nurturing and thriving research culture at the University of the Free State continue to inspire us. We are particularly grateful for you for the generous funding that you made available for the best paper awards at this conference. Colleagues, can you applaud the air? These awards will not only recognize excellence, but also serve as motivation for our young scholars to pursue research with even greater enthusiasm and purpose. Thank you for your unwavering support and belief in the potential of our undergraduate researchers. Let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge our former director, Mrs. Betsy Esther, who is always supporting us behind the scenes and encouraging us and motivating us. And behind the scenes, based on her skills and expertise, she is still mentoring us as the University of the Free State. So I think her heart is still a Kofi heart. Right. It is also a distinct honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Matshidiso Mokgalwa, a distinguished academic whose contribution to research and postgraduate development are widely respected. Professor Mokgalwa, thank you for joining us today and for the wisdom you are about to impart. Your engagement with our students will undoubtedly play a vital role in shaping their research trajectories and reinforcing the foundational principles of scholarly inquiry. Your insight into preparing for a life of research, especially from undergraduate and honors level, are a gift to these budding academics. To all participants, students, supervisors, panelists, and attendees, your presence here today speaks volumes about the vibrant research culture we are cultivating at our institution. This conference is not merely an endpoint. Rather, it is a starting point, a catalyst for deeper engagement, critical thinking, and interdisciplinary dialogue. As we look ahead, I want to challenge us to consider the transdisciplinary possibilities that emerge from the research presented here today. Many of the themes explored by our students, whether health, education, social justice, climate change, or digital innovation, do not exist in isolation. They intersect, overlap, and also fascinating in a meaningful way. Let us use this conference as an opportunity to encourage interdisciplinary collaboration, where students from diverse faculties can work together to interrogate complex problems from multi perspective. This approach not only aligned with global research trends, but also essential for developing holistic and sustainable solutions. Furthermore, I would like to draw your attention to the growing potential publishing undergraduate research. Through our partnership with the Library and Information Services, and thanks to our institution, a subscription to Transformative Agreements Journal, we have an unprecedented opportunity to publish high-quality undergraduate research in credible, international recognized platforms. These open access agreements now allow us to democratize knowledge, amplify student voice, and contribute to global academic discourse. We must therefore explore mechanisms that support the mentorship and preparation of undergraduate students for publication. So this is what we are thinking as the library as we move from today to say, after the presentation, what is the way forward? So I'm glad that the house is full today, and now we can make a decision as what happens from the papers that will be presented, because that is rich research. We have seen the quality of papers that have been presented in the past, and we have seen the visibility that they have made on a global platform. Right. Let this be the beginning of a continuous journey of inquiry. Let the ideas and the data presented today not only be assessed but engaged, expanded, and applied in communities, industries, and further academic pursuit. In closing, I extend my best wishes to all the presenters. May you speak with clarity, listen with openness, and learn with humility. To our reviewers and moderators, thank you for your time, expertise, and guidance. To our organizing team, thank you for your dedication in ensuring the success of this event. And everyone here today, may this conference be a spark and the light of fire of inquiry, discovery, and collaboration. Together, let us shape the future of research from the ground up. So this is what we are having in mind. And I'm also going to thank the academics that are here today. I'm also going to thank, I saw Dr. Rosalind Sibolau is in the house. She's always supporting the library. I think we must give her an office in the library. Yes. And I saw Dr. Winnie Mtanti, one of our academics is here. And the academics that are here that I haven't seen and recognize, know that you are highly appreciated. And as the library, we thank you so much for the amazing work that you are doing. And we see the quality of papers and the quality of our undergraduate research, the ones that we have seen so far, they are really publishable. So we are saying, let us engage after the conference on the papers that are presented today and explore the possibilities of how do we take them forward and put them out there so that they also contribute to knowledge and resolve the problem of society. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Let's give Ms. Molopiani another hand of applause. I was reminded to put a smile on my face. I was just a bit anxious in the morning. But what I was waiting for from my director is, and today she didn't mention it, remember, I was a teacher. And she skipped that line today, but maybe it would have come out a bit later. Colleagues, it's now my distinct honor and privilege as a program director to invite a visionary leader and an esteemed intellectual to the podium. Importantly, the Library and Information Services, a cornerstone of our academic excellence and knowledge dissemination at the university, report directly to Professor Reddy. His leadership ensures that our libraries are not only repositories of knowledge, but also dynamic spaces for innovation, access, and global engagement. Please join me in welcoming Prof. Reddy, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Internationalization at the University of the Free State. Prof is a renowned academic whose contributions have significantly shaped scholarly discourse, both locally and internationally. Prof. Reddy, we are deeply honored to invite you to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Yes, I'm very keen to obviously listen and learn at these really important gatherings. I think let me start out by saying it's really my great pleasure to say a few words following on the director. And of course, what is clearly a very important, profound, significant event, pioneering at that, your first conference focused and aligned to the undergraduate and honors program. So let me first congratulate Lasha Naika from the executive and the organizing team for putting this together. And of course, we hear it is a visionary idea, and visionary ideas are made up of collective sets of ideas coming together. Secondly, my appreciation to the faculties for really participating so proactively. This is not possible without the participation of the academic project. And so the academic engine of a university are largely faculties. And so thank you to all of the lecturers who have actively supported their students in putting this together. And of course, thirdly, but perhaps most importantly, a huge thank you and congratulations to the students who are presenting. You know, critical words often arise in gatherings like this, and we've heard them. The voice of our students, the student-centeredness as one of the drivers of the university's aspirations, the ideas around innovation, transdisciplinarity, moving across silos, and a gathering like this that's convened where you have students across faculties listening to each other, learning and exchanging. So this is really fantastic. So at a personal and professional level, what I can say is that this is a gathering that makes us all proud as an institution. Why? Because it celebrates and promotes to a large extent undergraduate research, which very often is minimized and erased in the academic project. We tend to think that research largely takes place at the postgraduate level, and you know, the work that is conducted by our scholars and researchers. Very often we forget that the undergraduate dimension provides the important and critical pathway to postgraduate curiosities. And we hope that this will be also inspirational for our students to think big, think large as you transition or head towards that between the undergraduate and the postgraduate level. So really, really important. I think a conference of this scope really enables what I would term models of exemplary research. And I want to also add creativity, because very often we tend to think that the intellectual project minimizes creative work. I mean, if I looked at the abstracts across the faculties, it's fascinating to see what cutting edge work is taking place. And perhaps also very importantly, thirdly, that an event like this also helps to position us as an institution by telling our own important stories, even though we start out small at the undergraduate level, but it's also showing great inflections with the kind of work that we can do, not just simply regionally, locally, but also continentally. And I think what the Director of Library Services has indicated is this is a beginning of a process. It is not an endpoint in a conversation. So what do you do beyond all of this with the research? How do you take this forward? And I think I'll say something about that. So for me, and not as a bureaucrat, but really saying this conference really aligns so well to the university's vision and mission. Sometimes the vision and mission is conjoined. I'm not here to give a lecture on that, but really, in summary, try to see if you all remember this, to be innovative, research-led, locally relevant, and globally competitive. Now, big words, big aspirations, and we'll see how that unfolds. But a gathering like this helps us to take these things forward. So it is a visionary platform. And I think key for me, and as the Director of Library Services indicated, is we want to see our emerging scholars as the future generation really moving in this direction. It is a nurturing engagement. And it's sometimes it might be the case that you're speaking for the first time in front of an audience. So don't be terrified. I recall we all had those experiences. See it as a nurturing, enabling, safe space, because people are here to support, direct, guide, and advise. I'm told that the prehistory of this conference goes back to something like 2019, where it started out as a best assignment project and then led to something structured and impactful in 2022. And here we are, this conference being pioneering in a much more focused way, which showcases breadth and depth and delivery. And I think that's important and quite exciting to see the abstracts coming through. And again, I think this is also the consequence of great alignment between our library and information services, the training program around skills development, building capacity, how do you conduct research ethically, and so on and so forth, and really helps to present work with confidence. And I want to encourage our students to think along those lines and be excited and passionate about it. So I know the director indicated what is it that we do beyond the talk shop of a conference. Often that's critical. We hear that as a critique. But really, I think what is very important is that we hope that students will develop this into more focused papers beyond the conversations and publish it. And I'm really, really encouraged by COFSI Scholar, the repository that takes students' research to the wider world in a globally important way. And, you know, there's an uptake from what I've heard over time. So really important. And finally, let me just say again, congratulations to our presenters. The quality of the abstracts is quite impressive. It's really, really incredible. I think you have been chosen, and I think you represent really the ideas and values around curiosity, confidence, curious about knowledge, thoughtful, careful insights, and committed people. And again, I want to thank your lecturers for all the wonderful work that they have done to help nurture you, because it's always a team effort. And that brings me to our staff, who played a critical role, both at the academic level and professional level, for your mentorship. And really, I think central to the university is the project or the driver of academic excellence. This is one component there. So as we begin, I encourage you to also enjoy the event. Don't be all so serious. There's serious topics, but you can also have fun in a conversation like this. And I say, ask openly critical questions, encourage and inspire others, learn from each other's work, and really enjoy the conversation. Those are just a few of my words. Unfortunately, you know, the life of a DVC is really not to run from one meeting to another, but I will be here until I have a a 10:30 meeting, so I'll be here till about 10:15. But again, a huge congratulations to everybody and to the wonderful Library Information Service team for really helping us to take things forward and driving our vision as a university. So enjoy the day and thank you.
Can we give Prof. Reddy another hand? Prof. Reddy did not disappoint me when he used the word curiosity, because when I was doing some research on Prof. Reddy, there was a presentation he did a while ago on curiosity. And it made me understand the word curiosity from a different perspective. I'm going to encourage you guys to check on the internet where Prof. Reddy dissects curiosity. And thank you for that, Prof, because I really see the word completely differently now. And it's not only a word. I think it's a process. It's a life-changing to listen to that presentation. Thank you so much. We would like to thank Prof. Reddy for making this possible today with the sponsorship specifically in his office. We do acknowledge that. Colleagues, the presenters are on edge. They fired up. They now so inspired that they want to come and do the presentations that they were selected to do. So I am going to invite Ms. Nomboshle Mamela, who will be the session chair for the Natural and Agricultural Sciences. But I'm also going to invite the presenters, academic. So if a presenter is presenting and the academic, the supervisor is here, we'd please ask you to join us to give the presenter moral support. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Mrs. Mamela. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. This session features 3 presentations by students from the Department of Computer Science, highlighting the technical skills and thoughtful perspective they bring to their work. Our first presentation is a software engineering project titled the Complan System, developed by 6 students. Presenting on behalf of the group is Nhlonipho Shezi and Siphesihle Mvelase. Just a quick note, the title of the presentation was changed slightly after the program was printed. Apologies for any confusion. Our second presentation is another software engineering project titled ITSL Management System, developed also by 6 students from the Department of Computer Science, and it will be presented on behalf of the group by Langelihle Malaza, Sele Mukwena, Buhle Kasumba. Our final presentation will be by Jocelyn Smith. She will be presenting her project titled Automatic Grading of First Year HTML and CSS Assessment using Large Language Models. The 2 groups projects were developed under the supervision of Dr. Ruwan Fouché, and Jocelyn Smith's individual project was developed under the supervision of Professor Edwan Kudze. We gratefully acknowledge both lecturers for their valuable contribution to the students' development and success. At this point, I would like to invite all the presenters to the front. Yes.
Invite people. You can see over
Dr. Fushay, please come and take this.
colleagues, as they come up, can we please give them hands of appreciation? Thank you. One thing also before Prof. Reddy leave the room is just to acknowledge the sponsorship for this event. It comes directly from his office. Thank you, Prof.
Good morning to everyone who's present today. I say protocol has been observed. I'd like to make a special thanks to the computer science department and Dr. Fouchier for the continued support and allowing us to be here and present this project of ours. We are the Complan team. We are people who are passionate about how can we use technology to solve our local problems and possibly solve our global problems. We're presenting the Complan system. So because you don't have time, we won't be able to give you everything, but we hope we can do a good job in giving you an overview of what the Complan system is about. And I must admit that this is not your traditional research project, as it's a third-year based project. So the research is based on the user requirements, understanding also the environment or the landscape in which the software will be used. And as we study the landscape of South Africa, what we begin to see is that 10% of schools have access to a working computer. And this generally affects our rural or township communities. And what we found out that during our post-COVID pandemic that we needed to blend in more remote learning or technology with our traditional technology. So the main question at hand is, how can we use technology to both address South Africa's lack of digital skills and alleviate poverty?
Okay. The primary aim of the Complan system is to bridge the gap in digital education, especially within the underserved communities within South Africa. Now, the main reason we created the system, it's not to create another solution that's just going to add technology to education. We wanted to create a solution that utilizes technology to make education more accessible, more personalized, and more impactful towards the students. Now, we designed the Complan system to be fully web-based, so no specialized hardware or installation is required to use the system, which further emphasizes the point on accessibility of the system itself. When designing the system, we had to look at 3 layers: the organization layer, the student, the organization, the student, and the sponsors of the organization itself. Now, on the organization layer, we had to focus on building something that is future-proof and scalable. As we all know, NGOs often face a lot of challenges, while some of them being budget constraints and staff turnovers, which is why we prioritized long-term usability, ease of update, and minimal maintenance of the platform itself. This way, the platform can grow. This way, the platform can grow alongside the needs of the communities it serves without needing constant reinvestment. Okay, moving on to the second layer. The goal of the software was to empower students by giving them the tools to track their own progress. The system provides personalized statistics, monthly growth summaries, topic-specific strengths and weaknesses to help the students along their learning journey. Now, looking at the sponsors, the impact does not just stop with the students. We also designed the system to be funder ready, meaning we are giving our sponsors and funders statistics on how the learning or the learning process is going, showing them where each of their funding is going. That helps in improving transparency between the organization itself and the funders of the organization. Now, finally, to improve the reach of the system, we decided to implement a testimony wall. What the testimony wall allows us to do, it allows us to create a space where students can come and reflect on their learning journey and share how the complaint system impacted their lives. These experiences are incredibly powerful in sparking motivation in learners and helping communities see the value of the system. So while the compliance system is a digital platform, its real goal is to create confident learners, informed communities, and a strong foundation for future growth.
And allow me to reiterate my brother's sentiments here. We are not building just another system that's going to be stored and part of another technologies, but we want to create a system that creates informed learners, that translates to informed citizens, that transforms communities. And with that, we chose to design the system using a mixed methodology of the unified process, which we call UP from now on because it's very long, and the iterative incremental model, which we call IP. We chose these two because the UP gives us a good structure for a roadmap in the development process. However, it comes with its own limitations, such as it's quite rigid and does not allow for a lot of flexibility. Therefore, we say, hey, we'll improve with it with actually including the IT, which allows us for flexibility. As you know that when building software, there's a lot of refinement and user requirements that needs to be changed, and the IT gives us that flexibility to do that. And another part is that when things change and user requirements change, what we do is that we don't have to start the system from scratch, but we can use the IP to refine the user needs. And it also allows us to frequently test the system, ensuring that the quality is up to par. Therefore, and also, which gives also another part of the big problem with NGOs, that budget allocations and budget projections.
Okay, now looking into the limitations we had to overcome while we were designing our systems. Now, as we all know, even a well-designed system can still face problems when brought into the real world, and our application was no exception to that rule. With each feedback cycle from our clients demanding additional rounds of review and refactoring, it ultimately extended our timeline. Now, with that, the introduction of new features requested, often framed as one more feature, overloaded our resources, threatening to dilute the focus of the project itself. Now, faced with these shifts in requirements and tight timelines and a creeping scope, we recognized that we needed to move beyond just broad planning. We needed tangible proof that this system can actually work. That's why we shifted our focus to a horizontal prototype, which is just a broad end-to-end overview of our whole system. Now, let's look at the prototype. Okay, think of a prototype as walking into a car showroom. You can view every design aspect of the car, from the layout to the economics of the seat, even though the engine is not running. Now, in our case, there is no engine. Now, for our system, the horizontal prototype had to focus on our most important deliverables, or the most important aspects of our system, which were user access control, course registration, attendance tracking, chat and announcements, analytics for the students, and also researching and data handling. Now, with all of this, we were able, the whole point of the horizontal prototype was to demonstrate to our sponsors and our funders that it is actually possible to develop the system. It helps us to make sure that we are on the same page, not just with the it makes us it allows us to make sure that we're on the same page with our sponsors and that they are happy with what we have and we can move forward with development.
And in conclusion, we just want to, if there's anything you remember about the complex system, is this, that it's not just another learning educational system, but we want to create a system that creates informed learners, that translates to informed citizens, that transforms communities. Thank you.
All right. Making existing systems better. This is where software engineering and education meet to solve real world, everyday problems. In a world where logistical challenges affect teaching and learning, logistical challenges such as lack of communication due to insufficient systems or scattered and difficult to find resource material or just disorganized scheduling of classes and assessments. Our third year software engineering project, the ITSL system, is the proposed web based system to streamline communication, centralize resources, and simplify scheduling. Today, we'll discuss the expected findings, the challenges we faced as a team, and the skills we gained from the project as a whole. Good morning to the library and information services representatives, participants, supervisors, and guests. As a part of Team Aviation Solution, I am Mr. B. Kasumba, joined by Mr. L. Malaza and Mr. S. Mugwen. Allow me to introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. L. Malaza.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to first state this. The reason behind developing the ITSL program was to actually build an environment where we can consolidate all functionalities for the system. Because it's a headache when when people have to communicate, we're using WhatsApp or you're using email, and the person who's leading the program cannot see which mechanism to use in order to give feedback towards his fellow students. Okay. The purpose of the system was to address challenges. The challenges that are faced today is like in South Africa, we have high unemployment, we have a lot of people who are underskilled. Now, with this program, it enables people to gain the necessary skills of Excel and Word that allows them to get a better shot of getting employment in the workplace. For us, we chose the Agile methodology. Maybe you're asking yourself, what is the Agile methodology? It's an incremental and iterative cycle model. What it allows you to do is to work on different parts of the system at the same time and allows you to iterate at different points in the system. So we have the requirement phase, we have the analysis phase, we have a design phase, and we have the implementation phase. For us, since it is a third year project, we did not do the implementation phase. We only stopped at the design phase. So for instance, what it can allow us to do, like login, most login systems are the same. So it can allow you to start with login while you're also collecting requirements from your client and talking to the relevant stakeholders. The analysis phase basically is where you analyze are you going to be able to meet those functionalities that are provided, such as login or such as communication, such as the video system that is implemented within the system. We added this slide to inform you, like these are the languages we're thinking about when the system is implemented later on, not at the current moment, such as JavaScript, Server, C#. Those ones we basically use to develop the website. And we're thinking at a later stage on in the project when it's time to develop the mobile application, which is much more convenient for people to get, like such as notifications and also all sorts of things. We use Kotlin and Swift. Okay. So while we're preparing our SPMP, which is the software project management plan, we would like to know towards this system will cost around 3.4 million if it's put into development. That includes such a thing as taxes and general expenses of the development team. But we think this thing will pay itself off in the long run because it brings convenience towards the users of the system and also the stakeholders. Our main argument is to build a website that is tailored for the ITSL system that can expand as needed if more functionalities are needed later on. We think the system is going to be cost effective. Okay, since the system is not put into development and it's an undergrad project, there are no actual findings. But once the system is developed, we have expected findings that we expect to be found once the system is put into place in the real world, like improving communication, resource access for the participants, enhance engagement because they can download videos and other resources, even here like on campus if they don't have Wi-Fi access at home. Increase accountability so that you can see deadlines on the system. It's okay, I'm supposed to submit something and all those things. By doing all of this, the whole entire system will be streamlined. I'd like to thank you and welcome Sele Mokwen.
Good morning, everyone in attendance. What I'm gonna take you through now is a life in a software engineering team. How it felt like documenting and bringing up this project. While doing this, it was not only about developing a system. We were working as a team, and there was a lot for us to learn during the documentation and the process of developing the system. The first thing that we had to learn was communication among team members. It was the best part of working for us as we needed to communicate with our lecturer and communicate with each other while doing the system. I remember it was so hard for us to communicate at first because we didn't have any means planned. We had to move from communicating via email to creating a WhatsApp group. That made things better for us. And working as a team was also a very difficult part for us because most of us were studying different courses. Some of us were doing computer sciences and mathematics, and as that we didn't have matching classes. Someone would tell you, today I have a class, today I cannot attend. So that was very hard for us to meet our deadlines. And the other thing that we learned to do as a team was documenting everything. You might be wondering what technical documentation is. Technical documentation is a document that we document from when we start our project to the end of the project. We have to document everything that we are doing, put everything in that document so that it can be ready for implementation. The other thing that we had to learn was time management. Everything was moving so fast. Since this was a semester project, we only had like 5 months to finish the documentation. It was very hard. We had to keep on asking for extra time from our lecturer. Well, he was so lenient with that at some points, but at the end, we ended up finishing the project. It was not all nice because we had some challenges, as any other project would have challenges. The most difficult one was meeting our deadlines. We had weekly deliverables that we had to submit. As I said, our lecturer was lenient at some point with giving us time. I remember there was a time we were doing the use cases. We couldn't finish that in a week. We had to take like 3 weeks developing our use cases. And the communication challenges. We had so many disputes since we had different opinions. one person would say, let's do it like this, and the other would say, nah, let's do it like this. But we had to find a way at the end, and we came together as a team and worked on the same thing. And the other challenge was balancing this project with our schoolwork. It was very hard for us to push our schoolwork and do the project at the same time. As everyone can think, we had modules and we had this project as well. This is our team that you see here and our roles that we performed. Our project manager was Mr. Malaza, and our lead developer was Mr. Kasumba, who was documenting the code that we're going to write. Even though we didn't develop the final project, but we had some code that we would use later if we were to develop. These are some of the members that are not present today with us that you see on the screen. The timeline of the project, we spent 1,025 hours doing the documentation, and our project was due on the 9th of October 2024. Luckily, it was submitted in time. And the implementations of the system was expected to enhance communication between the lecturers, facilitators, and students, as well as making the resources available and accessible. By resources, we mean the learning material that will be uploaded on the system and quizzes that will be uploaded on the system. It also ensures collaboration because there will be real-time classes that are held online. It also enhances session management as the facilitators will be able to manage the sessions via this project that we developed. It also gives data-driven insights where it uses analytics to give back to students. If you have any questions, would like to take those in the Q&A session. I would like to thank you all for your attendance and your attention.
Colleagues, thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting. Nobushe will join us now. I'd like to acknowledge our guest speaker that just arrived, Prof. Triple M. I will spell the names, the reasons I'm interjecting. Prof. Reddy will be leaving in a few minutes, and we would love to capture a moment with him and the director and our guest speaker before he leaves. And then I'm going to hand over to Nobushle for the question and answer session. But before Prof leaves, if the photographers are available, let we have a pic with all our colleagues, and then we can go over to the question and answer and then break and take it from there. Thank you. Okay, thank you. May I ask that guys that are already presented, they may be seated, so that we give some space to the other guys. Thank you. Yes. Who's our next presenter? Thank you.
Wait, I'm not in a rush.
Okay, so our presenter is so not in a rush. Prof and we'll take a photo. I thought they might use this background. Oh, they're going to take it outside. Thank you. So thank you for being so patient. You may go ahead.
Okay, may I begin? I don't know about you, but I love ChatGPT. If it wasn't for ChatGPT, I wouldn't have a degree right now. My name is Jocelyn Smith. Last year, I was an honors student in the Department of Computer Science and Informatics, and I would like to present to you my data science project dealing with AI, called the automated grading of first-year HTML and CSS assignments using large language models such as ChatGPT. Before we continue, do we have any lecturers in the audience? Please raise your hand if you teach. Please keep your hand raised if you agree with the following statement. Marking is the worst part of being a lecturer. That is the case for one lecturer in our department who has 8 assignments to mark per semester. For 240 students, that's almost 2,000 assessments she has to mark each semester. Her current implementation, which makes use of Blackboard, simply isn't effective. Some of the challenges that our lecturer face is that unzipping, opening and deleting files takes 45 minutes. Grading of her 250 assignments takes almost 2 weeks. I propose a system that reduces these times to 1 minute and between 15 and 20 minutes respectively. So, now you ask me, what does my project do? First, it generates a rubric in order to allow our system to mark these assignments. Next, it extracts the content of these assignments. And lastly, it grades the assignments and provides individualized feedback. So, my research consisted of 2 aims. The first one was to develop this automated system, and the second was to evaluate different large language models such as ChatGPT, Anthropic, etc. My first stage looked at 2 approaches. The first one involved prompt engineering. So that's just a very fancy way of saying we manipulated the data before we gave it to ChatGPT. Our second approach investigated no prompt engineering, and an evaluation survey with last year's students revealed that prompt engineering was the most effective approach. We used simple AI techniques, such as in-context learning, which allows the AI to learn while it is grading. Few shot and zero shot, which included giving examples to the AI to mimic how output should be given, and chain of thought, which allowed our model to generate intermediary reasoning steps. Some of the advanced AI techniques we used was multi-agent collaboration, where there was a specific agent or model for each distinct task. Next, we used reflection, which allowed our model to learn from past iterations. And we also made use of tools, which was custom tools built for the software. So now I'm going to show you a partial demonstration. Unfortunately, we don't have a video for you today, so I'm just going to show you some screenshots. This is an example of what the content that is given to the learner looks like. We provide this to our system, and the system will generate the rubric. We do this via OCR, which is optical character recognition. At the bottom, you can see the rubric that was generated. This process took approximately 20 seconds and cost $0.04. Here is an example of what is submitted to our lecturer. As you can see, there are multiple files that are zipped as well as text files. Inside each of these zipped files is our student's code inside multiple files. And here is our output, given the student number, their name, as well as their marks. Here is our grading interface. We upload our files and we click on grade submission. This process takes about 30 seconds and costs $0.01. Now you will see my generated output at the top and the output provided by the lecturer at the bottom. You can compare the 66% generated by the model to it's supposed to say 65% here at the bottom. So you can see our model is fairly accurate. And here is an example of the feedback generated to the student. Keep in mind, due to those large numbers, our lecturer wasn't able to provide any feedback. Given with this system, we now have detailed feedback. We have the question at the top, as well as sections of the questions with their percentages, and an explanation if the student did or did not meet that criteria. Here in the middle, you will see begin code and end code. Those are some snippets demonstrating to the student what they could have done in order to get the question right. And at the bottom, a brief explanation and a grade. Here is just some fancy terms that we quickly have to talk about. So for our OCR and grading for our models, we can change the settings. We can change the type of model, tokens, temperature, and top B. Those are some fancy words. If you would like a little bit more of a detailed explanation, please ask me in the Q&A afterwards. So, stage 2, this is where the real research comes in. We investigated API models, which basically means just ChatGPT on the web, and local inference models, where I downloaded ChatGPT and ran it on my own computer. These are the models we looked at. I don't know about you, but I also didn't know there were other models except ChatGPT. We looked at Mistral, our ChatGPT models, Anthropic models, as well as our local models, such as Llama and Gemma. We didn't investigate the newer models of ChatGPT since they were not available at the time of research. Now, you can see there at the end, it says 8 billion, 7 billion for our local inference models. Now, 8 billion parameters is quite big. You ask me, how did I manage to run these models on such a tiny PC? Well, firstly, I was provided with a very powerful PC by our department, and then I also used quantization in order to make the big model a lot smaller. So, just a detailed look at all of the parameters. You can see that ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo and 4.0 had almost 180 billion parameters. Our local inference models, a lot smaller. So, as you can see that our ChatGPT models overall had a very lower cost in comparison to our other models. In terms of time, ChatGPT also performed quite well as Claude Haiku and Claude Sonnet. And then looking at accuracy, we measured this in terms of average absolute error. The lower our average absolute error, the higher the accuracy. And as you can see, ChatGPT 4.0 Mini performed the lowest, so it had the highest accuracy. Now you ask me, which of all of these models that we investigated are the best? And we can confidently say that ChatGPT 4.0 Mini was the best trade-off between time and cost. Taking a little bit of a closer look, when we run this model multiple times over many iterations, we can see that its accuracy improves. Comparing the awarded and actual percentage, we can see that we have an absolute minimum error. So, my overall findings say that we have seen a reduction in grading time of 95%. Using prompt engineering techniques produced the most consistent and accurate results. And out of all of the large language models that we tested, ChatGPT performed the best, likely due to its extensive infrastructure. Recall that 180 billion parameters. In conclusion, I'd just like to tell a little bit more about this. So I am continuing this study as a master's this year. I'm going to investigate other applications in programming languages such as C# and SQL. And this system was deployed within our department this year, and it significantly helped the grading as well as saved the lecturers a lot of time. Thank you so much.
Wow, that's all I can say. From all these three presentations, it's clear that technology holds great promise in transforming education, making it more efficient, more accessible, and more engaging for learners. Thank you very much. Now I would like to open the floor for questions. We are going to take only 3 questions. If you have more, please feel free to engage with the presenters afterwards or during lunch. But for now, we are only going to take 3 questions.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jabulile Maseko, and I am from the Faculty of NES in the Department of Zoology and Entomology. My question is for the last speaker, That was a very interesting presentation. Oh, sorry. That was a very interesting presentation. I think I'm a concerned student, especially because we get paid for marking. And your present your project might take money from us. So I'm just wondering if you actually looked at the disadvantages of having this project, more especially on the students, you know.
Okay. So, in order to answer your question, I'm first going to highlight the problem. So, if you look at my first slide, when we get there, in 2020, we had only 80 students taking this module. In 2024, that almost tripled to 240 students. And our lecturers are struggling to keep up with these rising numbers. And in order to learn coding, it is a practice, a skill. So my system helps the student by actually allowing them to get feedback in order to show them their strengths, their weaknesses, and in order to help them develop their skill. At the moment, the lecturer isn't able to provide any feedback, only a grade. And what would you find motivating? A 20%, oh, I don't know what I did wrong, or, okay, 20%, but it shows me exactly where I went wrong. And now for my next assignment, I can really improve because I know what I did wrong. And then in order to answer your question about the marking and hopefully not losing your job. So this, for our department specifically, the lecturer is faced with marking all of this. We don't hire markers in our for this specific module. So it's only helping her be able to use her time more effectively. And in order to hopefully allow you to use your time more effectively, but it's never going to replace a human marker. You guys will always be there in order to be tutors, in order to help students. This is just to help our lecturers not go to sleep every night at midnight. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Jocelyn. I also want to ask you something because I'm also a lecturer facing marking strains. Jocelyn, how constant is the feedback? For example, is it a one size fits all feedback? So if the student get one thing right, wrong, will that feedback be for every student who got that wrong? Or is the feedback also related to the specific problem? So for example, do your system have, like, for question 1, there is 6 possible feedbacks that you give, or do the student get personal feedback? For example, is there 240 students, will each one get personal feedback and not a one size fits all feedback? Thank you. It was quite nice presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much for your question. So in order to answer your question, so the system is designed in order to provide personalized feedback. So if you got 80%, you made only small syntax errors, it is going to be reflected in your feedback. But if you had a fundamental misunderstanding of the content, it is going to identify that problem, prompt you to go and speak to your lecturer or your tutor in order to address those problems, and show you with code snippets, not just the full 200 lines, but a little snippet showing exactly what you did wrong and how that problem can be addressed. So hopefully that answers your question.
Do we have any other questions? Okay.
Okay, another question for you. Can you go back to the errors slide?
Getting lost in my own presentation.
Yes. I actually want to check, right? Because that is the what the model hours, right? And then you actually have the actual percentage, the one that actually like the lecture will mark, right? I think I'm just curious in the cases where a student actually like the model awarded them 49, but then in reality, they actually like the lecture would award them 52, because that's between failure and a pass, right? So in that case, well, then the lecturer will have to like go back to the script of the student, just to double check. Like, are you gonna set a limit to say if the model was a student 46 or I was them 70 something, basically where you can see that the student can actually get like a distinction or the student can pass. Is there going to be a limit to that?
Okay, thank you so much for the suggestion. Just talking a little bit about the accuracy. So this system isn't going to be used to mark tests or exams. We do put a limitation on that. So it's never going to determine if a student passes or not. Those are just some ethical implications. But for the 8 assignments that we mark with the system, it only counts about 10% of that student's mark for the module. So in cases where
Right there, it's just recognize also letter info.
in cases where it might mean the difference between a fail or a pass for the student, the lecturer in any way was going to go back and see if they can't maybe assist that student. So for now, because it's only marking such a small percent of that student's awarded mark for their module, it's not an issue that we're going to look at now. But I do appreciate your suggestion and will definitely take it up in my master's. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Program Director, just one favor. Malefu?
Thank you for the opportunity to pose a question. My question is directed to the group that presented the topic under software engineering project. Oh, my apologies. My name is Dolim Tembu, and I am doing a study in open distance learning. And what intrigued me is hearing you speaking of you are trying to address problems in the real life situations in education. And I am trying to find a way to bridge communication because I'm looking at learning environments that are interconnected and continuously um, feeding the students with interaction and information. And we were making use of WhatsApp, and the university decided that according to policy, WhatsApp is not an official communication system. What I want to know is from experience or maybe your knowledge, is there any possibility of developing a social media platform such as WhatsApp that would be academical locally?
Um, I'm not sure if I'm gonna answer your question correctly, but I'm gonna try anyways. So yes, I think that is something that would be possible to do. But uh, talking or going back to the system that we were trying to develop, trying to integrate a way for students to be able to interact among themselves and for um, the lectures and the people who are actually teaching the students to be able to interact with the students is integrated into the system itself. But because we didn't have enough time to do that, we couldn't demonstrate it to you during the presentation itself.
Thank you to the presenters for the insightful and engaging presentations. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you.
Let's give Ms. Nobusa a hand. Thank you, everybody. Now, I am so inspired by all the, but I think I'll have talks with the presenters after this, specifically with the last presenter, because my wife herself is an academic, and my marriage suffers because of all this marking. So we'll need to have a chat. Colleagues, we're gonna, for the respect of our guest speaker and the fact that we are running a bit late, and while the academic spirit is still so high, and now we need to elevate to another level, we're gonna call on our guest speaker now. Ms. Corsi will welcome her, and after that, we'll have the tea break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goliath. And also, just to comment on our previous presenters, we really acknowledge that all your presentations were on point on the allocated time. Right. As Mr. Lee has said, now we just quickly want our guest of honor to come forward and address us. It is our privilege and honor to have Prof. Triple M, is Prof. Matsidiso Mukele Mahalwa. She is the Vice Dean Research Engagement and Internationalization in the Faculty of Education in the University of the Free State. Prof is really passionate about research, as it is stated in the bio, at the back of your program. She is keen also in supporting others in the publication environment. As she comes up, may we please just give hands of appreciation. Thank you, Prof. Over to you.
Thank you for the introduction and good morning to the esteemed colleagues, guests, dedicated faculties, and most importantly, our bright and our ambitious students who are here today. It is indeed my honor and privilege to stand before you today at this important occasion. The Library and Information Services Honors and Undergraduate Research Conference. Let me begin by commending the UFS Library and Information Services in collaboration with the faculties for their commitment to nurturing a culture of academic excellence through this initiative. The journey of this initiative, from the best assignment competition in 2019 to the structured multi-faculty seminar that we are celebrating today, is a testament to what we have achieved through collaboration, vision, and unwavering belief in the potential of the students. Today, as we prepare to reflect on the significance of our undergraduates and honors research, we must also consider the broader purpose, which is preparing our students for the future, not only as researchers, but as global citizens, leaders, and innovators. That is where the UFS graduate attributes come in, a set of qualities and skills that define the kind of graduates we aim to cultivate. Let us therefore take a moment to reflect on how some of these attributes are deeply embedded in this conference experience. And of course, I will just take a few. I know we have a number of those, but I will just take a few. For example, critical thinking. Every research paper that is going to be presented today, or that has already been presented today, began with a question. The students had to sift through complex information. They had to analyze sources. They had to construct coherent arguments. That is the essence of critical thought. And of course, I will move on to the second graduate attribute, the problem solving. Whether tackling environmental challenges, social inequalities, or technical dilemmas, these students have engaged with real-world problems and attempted to offer practical solutions. And of course, the third one that I would like to speak to, that I thought it was important to sort of embed it to this conference, is oral and written communication. Presenting research demands clarity of thought, confidence, and delivery, as well as precision in writing. Indeed, the integration of students' work into Kofi Scholar not only enhances global visibility, but reinforces our commitment to open knowledge, accessibility, and the UFS Vision 130 strategy, a vision that includes advancing research excellence and strengthening our postgraduate pipeline. Ladies and gentlemen, competition like this are more than just a test of skills. They are platforms for growth, collaboration, and discovery. They challenge us to think critically, to innovate, and to push the boundaries of what we believe we can achieve. And therefore, for our undergraduates and honor students, this is a vital step, not just towards academic recognition, but towards becoming thinkers and leaders in their respective fields. Each of you here today has chosen to step out of your comfort zone. You decided to present your ideas, your research publicly, and of course, boldly. That is itself a victory. Whether you walk away with a prize today or not, know that your willingness to engage, to compete, and to learn is what really distinguishes you. Let me share a brief thought from my own experience. Many years ago, I put together an application for competitive award. Although it was not successful, the process offered unexpected learning opportunities. And I'll tell you, that experience taught me something invaluable. That success is not always linear. Sometimes the most important outcomes are not medals or trophies, but the lessons we carry forward, the confidence we actually build, and the networks we create along the way. So to all of you, the presenters, be proud of what you have achieved so far. Keep asking questions. Keep challenging assumptions. Keep showing up, not just to compete, but to grow. To the organizers, as well as the lecturers, even those who are not present today, thank you for creating this space where the young minds can shine. Your efforts have really shaped the leaders, or will continue to shape the leaders and the innovators of tomorrow. I therefore wish you all insightful and enriching presentations. And having said that, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Prof. Triple M. And we would like to, as a token of appreciation, we would like to honor you, our director. She did acknowledge you this morning in absentia as well, and spoke on and encouraged us. And it just made me realize what you just alluded to again, what research is all about. Because this morning I was excited when I heard about all the AI tools, and you actually came back and just brought me back. You calmed me down, like, you have to do research, not AI. So thank you so much. Jeanette, would you like to say a word of thanks? Okay. Thank you very much. Let's give Prof another hand of applause. I want to acknowledge our online presence. Thank you very much for everyone. We please, if you do have questions, please put it in the chat box. We had not forgot about you. Our program is running about 20 minutes late. So at this stage, I will invite colleagues to grab a cup of tea and a snack, and please come back to the venue. If we can be back in 10 minutes, because the next group are so inspired now. They just want to get onto the podium. So we will break for 10 minutes now, and we will proceed again. Thank you very much. You're welcome to bring your coffee, tea, and your snack into the venue. Thank you so much. Colleagues, if we can ask everybody to start settling in again. Our online colleagues, we will be starting in a few. We're just letting everybody settle in. Thank you very much. Okay, good morning once again, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to go have a cup of tea and a muffin. We are going to start with our next session, which is chaired by Mr. Kakisho Lidwaba, the Faculty and Research Librarian of the Humanities. And I would like to welcome him to the stage. Thank you very much and all the best.
Right. Good morning, everyone. So, my name is Kagiso Ledwaba, and I will be your session chair for session 3, the Faculty of Humanities. This session brings together outstanding student research from the Humanities faculty with participants representing the Department of English, the Department of Criminology, as well as the Department of Anthropology. Before I bring up our first speaker, I would just like to give a few house rules. The Q&A session will take place at the end of the last speaker. Please jot down your questions as the speakers are up here presenting. We'll only be taking 3 questions at the end during the Q&A. And for the online participants, please put all your questions in the chat and we'll have a look at them during the Q&A session. The first speaker is C. Eitenverde. The title is An In-Depth Exploration of the Personal Factors of Incarcerated Offenders That Lead to Early Release and Related Recidivism Prevention in South Africa. Thank you. The first speaker, please come to the podium. Yes. Okay, sorry, I forgot. The lecturer for the student supervisor, Dr. M. Cronier, if they are available, may please come to the front. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kanya Eitenverde. My research proposal, my third-year research proposal, is titled An In-Depth Exploration of the Personal Factors of Incarcerated Offenders That Lead to Recidivism Prevention in South Africa and Early Release. Justice Edwin Cameron once said, "Prisons are not places of rehabilitation, but overcrowded institutes of pointless punishment." Early parole, the conditional early release of offenders, is intended to be a second chance for offenders to break the cycle of crime. Unfortunately, in South Africa, it often reinforces this cycle instead. The most recent remission program in August 2023, a government-approved program where certain offenders are released on early parole, indicated a high number of reoffenders, about 430 after just a few months. With this statistic and with the recent South African statistics indicating that we have one of the highest rates of recidivism or reoffending in the world at about 90%, how effective can early parole and rehabilitation efforts truly be? In this presentation, I will firstly discuss the background of the proposal. The next section will elaborate on the purposes and objectives of this study, as well as the methodological approach. The presentation will also illustrate the potential findings or the main hypotheses, and lastly, it will refer to the potential implications of this research. Firstly, criminology focuses on understanding offender behavior, reducing crime, and improving the criminal justice system. However, recidivism exists as a continuous challenge. According to governmental departments, the most recent remission program was employed as a solution to overcrowding, while the previous remission program was specifically stated to not be a solution to overcrowding. So this contradiction illustrates the government's uncertainty and helplessness in this regard. Which negatively impacts the reliability and stability of the general public. The high recidivism rate further indicates how the remission programs were inefficient in achieving their intended goals. In their 2018 study, Agbula and Rabe focused on unconscious negative biases that people might possess, specifically highlighting race and gender as target factors. Additionally, Bambeni's 2018 study argued that corruption in correctional facilities, as is present in most other South African facilities, creates blind spots within the criminal justice system, specifically by allowing forms of misconduct like bribery to fly under the radar. Both biases and corruption in this context influence how inmates are treated and by extension their eligibility for parole. Further studies by Chin and Dandirand in 2018 and Chishane, John Langba and Onifade in 2023 illustrated internal factors like mental and physical health and substance abuse, and external factors such as issues with regaining employment and rebuilding relationships that determine how well an offender reacts to rehabilitation and adjusts to reintegration. This then affects the likelihood of that offender reoffending, which in turn impacts the general safety of the wider society. Significantly, the statistics on recidivism in South Africa is exceptionally dated, dating back 17 years to 2008. And this old data is what has been most often cited in studies between then and now, which indicates a very clear gap in the research. There is also very little data on the process of parole consideration. This shocking information indicated that the need for solutions and the continuous attempts to repair systems have not been properly addressed by necessary updated research. For example, there is the case of Detoy and Creer, the two attackers who viciously attacked their victim, Alison Botha, leaving her bleeding out. These dangerous offenders were released on parole in 2023 after showing no remorse and admitting to potential to continue their crimes. And they were rearrested in 2024 after a reconsideration of their parole eligibility. However, this situation still brings up the question, why were they released in the first place? What went wrong? And this question would be answerable if there was updated research. The main purpose of this research study is to ultimately reduce recidivism rates in South Africa and improve the existing rehabilitation and reintegration efforts. The approach, broken down into the objectives, firstly includes determining the existing criteria being used in South Africa to assess offender eligibility. current criteria inform future criteria, and its expansion and improvement. Secondly, it suggests looking at the process of verifying inmate records, focusing on uncovering the existence of such a process and the methods used to do so. It further proposes establishing the strategies used to monitor the process of parole supervision, which means how well do the parole officers supervise the parolees, and how is this quality then measured? The last objective is to identify additional shortcomings within the criminal justice system that might contribute to an inadequate early parole selection process, which is then pointed out by the continued struggle with recidivism and approval errors. To address the practicality of this study, we must consider the methodology backing it. The research approach, firstly, will be qualitative in nature. This means the focus will be on the participants' experiences and opinions regarding the process and factors considered in the parole decision-making. The participants in this context refers to parole officers, whose role is to supervise parolees, and parole board members, who assess and recommend and approve or reject potential parolees. And this is specifically within the Department of Correctional Services and the National Council for Correctional Services in South Africa. Purposive sampling will then be used to obtain these participants, meaning they will be deliberately chosen based on their knowledge and experience of the topic. Additionally, data will be collected through unstructured interviews, in person or over the phone, and through the observation of the participants during processes of offender monitoring, parole decision-making, and parolee supervision. This data will then be analyzed using thematic analysis, which refers to pattern identification and interpretation, to establish set criteria, methods, and strategies. Lastly, the research proposal addresses a few ethical considerations, including voluntary participation. This will be enforced by reminding the participants of their freedom to participate and withdraw participation at any point. It will also include anonymity and confidentiality, which will only be relevant in the end result of the research study when the personal information can be removed because the purposive sampling approach makes anonymity impossible. This deception is the next consideration, managed to some extent by vaguely informing the participants of the purpose of the study. And the analysis and reporting consideration will be upheld by accurately and honestly reporting any and all findings and referencing thoroughly where appropriate. As this study is only in the proposal stage, the potential findings and main hypotheses overlap. The first potential finding is that there may be insufficient criteria for the assessment of offenders' personal factors. This could then lead to an unrefined early parole selection process and an over-reliance on external factors such as overcrowding and hygiene. Secondly, in the potential case of poorly regulated parole supervision, this may lead to neglected rehabilitation and reintegration efforts. In turn, this could potentially result in higher rates of parole violation and recidivism, as parolees are dependent on the support provided by the justice system. The third potential finding could be that insufficient and ineffective monitoring of inmate records may be contributing to higher rates of document forgery and compromising of the verification process, because it creates circumstances in which important information just vanishes. The last section of this presentation, which is the potential implications, refers to ways in which the data obtained from this research study could open doors to future possible solutions to these issues. With a lack of recent research on these issues considered, this study could form the foundation for further development of knowledge, as well as updating and increasing the existing research. There is the potential that the study could uncover and prove the existence of corruption and inefficiencies within the criminal justice system. And lastly, this research could direct policymakers and legislators in the direction of improvement and refinement of existing policies and legislation. In conclusion, to recap, the study aims to explore the personal factors of offenders that are taken into account in the process of early parole consideration, as well as the correlation between these factors and everything surrounding them to recidivism in South Africa. This research hopes to reduce recidivism and improve rehabilitation and reintegration to eventually contribute to the establishment of a safer, more harmonious South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The speaker clearly outlined and helped us to understand the personal factors that support early release in crucial to breaking the cycle of recidivism. Our next speaker, Marne Klasse, will be presenting online on Teams, and their supervisor, Dr. Hall, I don't know if they are available in the venue. Okay, and the title that M. Klasse will be presenting on is The Intersection Between Internal and External Worlds and Female Collective in Tsitsi Dangaremba's This Mournable Body, published in 2018. Marne, over to you.
There we go. I believe I'm visible and audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, fantastic. Good morning and thank you to COFSIS especially for the opportunity. And also very well done to my fellow presenters. It's a fascinating listen. So what I'm presenting today is my final essay for my English literature module. And though it's not a large rescale project and scientific based, as in the case of my fellow presenters, I truly believe in the importance of its themes. So I will quickly begin with an overview of the novel itself for those who have not read it, followed by my methodology and implications. Okay, so going to the background, This Mournable Body is the first novel in Tsitsi Dangaremba's trilogy, and it follows a young woman, Tambudzai, who is a woman of color in the post-colonial independent Zimbabwe. By the third novel, the novel that is applicable in my case study, Tambu is at a breaking point. She's unable to find fulfillment in her work and in her life, and she's caught between her traditional roots and modern aspirations of this modern independent Zimbabwe. Now, as her mental health declines, so does her physical health. And here, Dangaremba truly plays with symbols and motifs to show the interaction between the imaginative states and the physical state of Tambu's life. So quickly a look at the original assignment. That's a previous slide, Mr. Ledwaba. So sorry. Yes. So quickly looking at my original assignment, because of course, this was an assignment given to my fellow students as well. We had to look at the intersection between mental and physical health in the novel using two motifs of our choice. Now, this is especially applicable in this case because our main character, Tambudzai, is struggling with her mental and her physical health. So this also led to my methodology. That is the next slide, please. So the other interesting thing of our assignment was that we were not really allowed to use any secondary resources. We were dissuaded from using anything other than the text. And this only allowed for a very close reading and a literary analysis of the text. So I started with choosing my two motifs, water and a bag of mealie meal. And the way I approached this was to flag any appearances of the motif in the broadest sense of the word in order to broaden my interpretation as well. So I flagged every mention of these motifs in order to track their progression, see how they progress from the start to the end of the novel, and also to see how they interact with one another. Now, this formed my thesis. The next slide, please. But before we start off with my thesis, there are two very important key concepts I want to share with you. And these key concepts form part of my theoretical framework when I approach this analysis. So the first one is affect. Now, affect is sensing and experiencing through the body. And it is also how we connect emotionally with the world. Now, this is especially applicable in our main character's case, as her physical, mental, and imagined realities blur. The second concept is unhu, and it's actually quite familiar to us South Africans as it strongly relates to the concept of Ubuntu. Now, unhu means literally humanity or person, and it is also often referred to when we speak about being connected to one another. Now, following to my thesis is basically an amalgamation of these two concepts. So looking at affect and unru. So I'll quickly read the last part of my thesis, is the most important. I argue that Dangaremba uses motifs such as water and the bag of meal to not only connect Tambu's physical and mental states, but also to activate the idea of a female collective thinking, feeling, and acting together. Now we can move on to the applications thereof to our text. So I'll start with the water motif. Now, one of the earliest descriptors in the novel of our main character, Tambu Tsai, is where she looks in the mirror and she describes herself as a fish, as you can see with the first quote on the screen. Now, this already suggests some sort of detachment, of a dissociation. And while it may seem that the motif only applies to her, what I found with my study was that these water-type aquatic descriptors are used to describe many other characters, and a few of these examples are on the screen, as in the second example where a homeless boy is described as an urchin, or in the third example where a victim of sexual assault is likened to a fish. So what I found is whenever the water motif is used to describe something, it usually describes these characters who are all marginalized and oppressed. So what Dangaremba does with this technique is she creates a sort of parallel underwater world, a shared emotional and physical space for the marginalized. So water becomes a sort of metaphor for suffering and vulnerability. Here, affect and unhu intersect, and people are linked in this submerged world. Now we are at the next slide, where water also shows progression in mourning. Because when we think of water, we also think often of crying and emotions. So here I noticed a progression in the novel. Tambu often experiences a sort of tension where she really wants to cry and show her emotions, but she's unable to, especially in front of others. So as you can see in the first quote, she expresses this desire to cry and to mourn, but she's unable to. At one stage, our main character is institutionalized, and yet she's still unable to process her grief. If you look at the second quote on the screen, you'll see the ocean pours from her eyes without end. Yes, she cries publicly, but through this figurative language, there's a sort of distance between her psyche and her body. She is still unable to be attached to how she feels and express that. Now, the first time she truly cries during collective mourning is the third quote on the screen, is where grief flows between two people. And the novel literally says tears mingle. So that is an instance of collective mourning. We see our character being able to let go a bit more. Now, as you can see with the last quote, this is the last instance in the novel. It's the last scene, and it's also the last scene we see Tambu crying. Now, she cries at a very significant instance in the novel. She cries after her hearing a speech of her aunt about unhu. Now, once again, unhu is the quality of being human, of being connected. Now, after hearing about this connectedness, Tambu is finally able to cry and to mourn. So once again, this water motif is not only a physical element, but it is also used to convey the relationship between the psyche and the body, and also affect and mourning collectively. What we feel is through our senses, and we can feel this as a collective cathartic experience. We can now go on to the second motif, a bag of meal. Now, to give context to those who have not yet read the novel, Tambu's mother sends a bag of meal to her as a gift from her traditional village. Meal is a staple food, and it symbolizes traditional roots and Tambu's mother's care. But in the first quote on the screen, you can see Tambu rejects this. She rejects both the bag of mealie meal, the physical nourishment, and also what it represents. She says that throwing it out is like digging up her umbilical cord. Thus, she's getting rid of her roots, of her identity. Now, later she declares in the second quote, she must once and for all bury this woman. Here it was interesting because we see an overlap between the different meanings of the bag, the literal meaning, nourishment, and also symbolic meaning because she calls the bag her mother. So here we see she basically wants to bury her identity and her maternal care. Now, she does this in order to distance herself from her rural background and to align herself more with a modern Zimbabwe. So another character actually accuses her of this arrogance, and she says, are you like in a maze in a field of manure? Basically, someone who thinks she's elevated above the rest. Now, here's where our concept of Unhu is especially important, because despite Tambu's rejection, she has this female support system. Now, Tambu, every time when she leaves or she goes to stay with someone else, she leaves the bag of mealie meal behind. And her aunt and her sister and her niece actually make sure that this bag always follows her wherever she goes. So at some stage, Tambu observes that the bag emits a stale odor. It cannot be eaten anymore. It's not actually viable for nourishment. But her support system knows that. They don't just make sure the bag follows along with her for this nourishment, but they believe that it would remind Tambu of who she really is. So as the bag becomes smellier, Tambu is actually affected by it. Her senses come alive. And she realizes, as you can see in the last quote, she should have eaten it and taken it into her body because that is actually where home is.
Sorry
So
to
the
disturb
bag
you,
becomes...
Renee. I'm just going to ask you to, if you can, try and wrap it up. Your time is almost up.
Okay, yes, I'm at the last part. Thank you.
Thank you.
The bag becomes more than food. It's a symbol of female care, tradition, and identity. So as this analysis proves, there is an intersection between the mental and the physical. And through affect, there is also a collective experience of this. Suffering, grief, and healing are shared. And we can see that Dangaremba uses these motifs to show that what we experience is oftentimes collective. I would suggest a new term at looking at post-colonial literature called collective affect, emotional and sensory experiences shared among women. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Marnay. Due to time, we are going to combine the next two speakers. Both of them are coming from the Department of Anthropology. I'm also going to ask the lecturer to please join us in the front. So speaker number 3 is M. Sitati, and the title is Memorialization of Vincent Chabalala, a bust in a space that embodies adversity. And the lecturer is M. Sorokwane. Speaker number 4 is M. Numalo. The title, Exploring Participatory Parity in Post-Apartheid Warwick in Durban. May both the speakers please come to the front. Thank you very much.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Makgabo Setati, and before I begin, I would just like to thank the conference organizers for providing this platform, or rather the opportunity for me to come here and present my research assignment, which I have titled Memorialization of Vincent Chabalala, a bust in a space that embodies adversity. So usually a typical memorialization would be in the form of a sculpture or a statue, but in this case, it is a bust, as you can see on the screen, which is slightly different. In this presentation, I will provide a brief background, the purpose of my research paper, the methodology that I used, a deep mapping of Alex, the main argument, the key findings, and the implications. South Africa has a complex historical narrative that encompasses the dark times of colonialism, the oppressive regime of apartheid, and the transformative period of democracy. Each of these phases reveal the complex ways in which space has been shaped by the country's governance practices and individual experiences throughout history. For instance, colonial and apartheid spatial policies were reserved to serve exclusive political interests in the production of space, and democratic spatial policies premise the ideals of social cohesion and inclusivity as entailed in the Constitution. Specifically, these policies emphasize the importance of recognizing and honoring previously excluded people and events that helped build this country through memorabilia, particularly in public spaces. However, there is an ongoing debate about the importance of memorabilia against the pressing need for service delivery. Honoring individuals who have significantly contributed to the nation's history through memorabilia serves as an important historical marker and enhances collective memory. However, many argue that public funds should be prioritized for essential services such as water, sanitation, and electricity, rather than for the erection and maintenance of memorials. To provide some context to my argument, the preamble of the Constitution clearly acknowledges the importance of recognition. However, one of my key findings challenges the promise made in the preamble to improve the quality of life for all citizens and to unlock the potential for each individual. My observation is that Alex is a true representation of culture of discontent, implying that people's aspiration far exceeds resources. In this presentation, I reflect on my third-year research assignment, which focused on the bust of Vincent Shabalala, a prominent figure in the vibrant yet challenging landscape of Alexandra, also known as Alex, in the Gauteng province. The purpose of this research paper was to explore the notion of space and spatial production in the context of memorabilia. Moreover, it was to explore the concept of recognition in public spaces as a form of spatial intervention or spatial redress. Finally, I sought to highlight how this bust serves as both a symbol of heritage and a catalyst for community identity, thus reflecting the hopes and aspirations of the residents amidst their struggles. I employed a qualitative approach, particularly using case study research design to engage deeply with the community to uncover the intricacies of recognition in a place that has long struggled with economic marginalization and limited resources. I also conducted semi-structured interviews, participant observation, and sensuous walks to really be intentional as I walk and allowing my senses to be in conversation with the movement as I walked the space. I drew insights from Lefebvre's theory of spatial production to conduct a thorough analysis of spatial dynamics through the lens of its three fundamentals of conceived, perceived, and lived experiences. This examination traced the complex historical narrative of the country and the contribution of governance policies and individual experiences in shaping the space into what it is today. So Alex is well known and loved by its residents who take pride in the fact that it produced a number of notable residents, including Nelson Mandela, Hugh Masekela, and Zanele Mbeki, amongst others. More especially, some of these individuals have been memorialized, some through grand statues, like the imposing bronze monument of Nelson Mandela in Sandton, attracting visitors from all around the world. Yet, the way recognition is granted seems uneven, because it favors certain individuals while leaving others in the shadows, like Vincent Shabalala, who was a leader in the Alexandra Youth League and a guerrilla fighter for ANC's Umkhonto weSizwe. Losing his life at only 20 years old in 1985, his death sparked protest against apartheid police in Alex, marking him as a critical figure in the township's resistance. However, his legacy is reduced to a modest stone bust placed in a location unlikely to attract tourists. Meanwhile, Mandela's towering statue looms over a marginalized community, standing in stark contrast, both physically and symbolically, on a pedestal in Sandton. There is clearly a disparity in recognition, which raises the important question: who decides whose legacy is prioritized in glamour and whose is confined to understated remembrance? Situated in the economic hub of South Africa, Alex is a true representation of the long shadow of both colonial and apartheid spatial planning practices. Since its inception in 1912, it has succumbed to spatial exclusion, thus subjecting the community to vile living conditions, and today is no different. Affluent areas like Sandton and Rosebank, just a 10-minute drive away, thrive thanks to the workforce of Alexandra. However, Alex itself suffers from overcrowding, inadequate housing, and the pervasive smell of sewage and waste. It feels as though the community is stuck in a time loop, remaining unchanged 30 years after the start of democracy. The contrast between these areas is striking, and the need for effective spatial planning is evident. Therefore, my study argues that the Vincent Shabalala bust in Alex is a failure of the government's pursuit towards recognition, because the struggle hero's narrative has been reduced to a so-called symbol of reparation when the community is in need of real and substantial reparation in the form of service delivery. Thus, it interrogates the prevalent notion that the need for recognition equates to social justice. I find it hard to reconcile the memorial of Vincent Shabalala and the current living conditions of Alex. The key findings derived from the interviews reflect mixed responses from participants regarding the bust and its purpose. While the memorial is seen by many, its meaning is unknown. There is also no form of recognition in school curriculum taught by local public schools, which proves a lack of effort towards acknowledging Shabalala and the role that he played. I mean, the very corner on which the bus is situated is reported to be it's reported to be a hotspot for petty crime. Moreover, the lived experiences of key participants reflect that they are victims of socioeconomic conditions like unemployment, service delivery deprivation, and blatant poverty. I mean, the township is known for its big rats, a typical face of adversity. There's a clear disparity between how his memorialization was intended and how it is perceived. Most importantly, there is a disconnect between the ideals that Vincent Shabalala fought for and the current state of the community from which he emerged. Finally, the conclusions I have drawn from the findings is that the sculpture lacks prominence. People are disconnected from it. The positioning of the bust suggests that the community should look at it with a sense of pride. Instead, it is as though Vincent Shabalala is overlooking a space that embodies the remnants of apartheid and unfulfilled promises of the Constitution. Additionally, his memorial does not constitute spatial redress and broaden the heritage landscape, as his bust is not even listed on the Heritage Register. The intersection at which the bust is situated symbolically is a space where poverty and wealth intersect. People move in to live in poverty and catch a taxi or a bus in the morning to hustle for resources. While I acknowledge the role of the Vincent Shabalala Education Trust as part of his memorialization to award bursaries to the township's deserving scholars, I believe that there are persisting needs that must be prioritized for the larger population so that the community of Alex can celebrate the memory of Vincent Shabalala as one that embodies the promises of the Constitution. Before I conclude, I would just like to use this moment to reflect. So, while this assignment was intended for academic purposes, throughout the fieldwork and just compiling the assignment, I had a spiritual awakening. Having been and around Alex most of my life, I believe that this research has really made me look at the community differently. It has sparked in me the desire to conduct more research like this, research that will not only contribute to academia, but will make an impact in policy and all the lives of marginalized people or communities such as this one. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
What's the time? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Pumelelo Malo, and I'm an anthropology honors student. Today, I would like to share with you my research, and I've decided to abridge it to the notion of participatory parity in post-apartheid Warwick Junction in Durban. Participatory parity was led by the work of Nancy Fraser, in which she explored the concept of redress or redressing, actually, particularly in post-apartheid post-conflict societies. I'm using the word post here, in particular in this presentation, but I'm very mindful of the fact that systemic and structural practices are making it very difficult for us to situate the notion of parity. As you can see in the background of this current slide, that this is a typical day of what a typical Warwick market actually looks like. You'll find that, for example, in people in the Brook Street Market will be selling heritage clothes, in vegetables in the early morning market. They'll be selling bovine meat in the bovine head market, traditional medicines at the herbal medicine market, and maybe international CDs and media and local ones at the music bridge. Now, to present my research, I'll look at firstly the introduction, which is a background. Secondly, the literature, look at the research methodology that I chose, problematize Warwick, look at the guiding frameworks that I chose that guided me in the research, look at the key findings and discussion. Lastly, look at the conclusion, the limitations, and the recommendations. Now, cities are vital economic engines contributing over 70 to 80% of the global gross domestic product. While urbanization brings economic, social, and cultural disparities, these are not, benefits, these are not concentrated and distributed equally, especially in the global south. In Southern African context, urban exclusion exacerbates economic, political, and cultural disparities, significantly influenced by the country's historical context. Durban, of course, exemplifies this phenomenon. In the 1820s, Durban evolved into a harbor town, and between 1870 and 1890, it facilitated economic activities, mostly in shipping industries. Indians were bought by the British as indentured laborers to work on sugarcane farms in 1860, and following their indenture, many chose to stay, thus contributing to the rapid development of Durban. However, specific laws and policies in the mid 18th century shaped the city's growth and development. Now, these cities were, for example, shaped by apartheid, of course, and certain legislature, such as the Indian Asiatic Trading and Occupation Land Act of 1943, the Indian Land Tenure and Representation Act of 1946, the Rural Zoning, and, of course, the Group Areas Act of 1950, which all negatively impacted the Warwick area and largely Durban. Part of doing this work was really to start to look at the concept of space itself in conversation with what we call the paradigm shift, called the spatial turn, which looks at the relationship between space and society. Now, the spatial turn introduces us, firstly, two concepts, namely non-experiential space, secondly, experienced space. And Lefebvre becomes a very prominent figure as he argues that space is perceived, conceived, and lived. Now, considering apartheid is very crucial when studying South African cities, as their very structures are products of apartheid planning. Since 1994, efforts to reverse these spatial patterns have largely been ineffective. As a result, these cities still suffer from inefficiencies and inequality. Many scholars have analyzed South African cities through a political economic lens. However, this tends to overlook, or rather dismiss actually, the lived experiences of those who are impacted by these very structures. Applying the conceptual foundations of space, I looked at the Warwick function, and in this case, it was a major trading hub featuring 5 distinct markets, but was initially for exclusive use. Now, the existing scholarship in Warwick comes from perspectives of geographers, political economists, and architects. In Durban's informal economy, 3 related occupations exist, one being street vendors, street traders, and informal street vendors. Now, in order to get some sort of understanding of the context of Warwick, I applied qualitative research, in particular a case study design, which actually allowed me to look really at how I can engage with this particular phenomenon for the time that I had. The specific instruments that I used to collect my data were firstly semi-structured interviews, along with walking ethnography, sensual scholarship, field notes, and abstractive observation. Walking ethnography and sensual scholarship become very important, as actually as I walked, I was not just walking as an intentional walking from point A to point B, but I was using discursive walking, which allowed me to apply my senses. Well, through discursive walking, you're actually forced to be in tune with the space and to be in tune with the space through engaging with your senses. It was actually interesting to look at how, for example, my prior experience with the space, what people were saying, and my discovery, of course, or my findings were actually so different that things that emerged were so different to the extent that I wouldn't have picked them up initially, because research, of course, and me going there is so much different, because I would walk just the space and I would just see markets. But with the research exposure, I was looking at how people experience the space. I was looking at how history has actually impacted the people and how the space is itself a contested space. It's not just neutral. Now, the exposure to this module actually forced me to think differently, not just of people, but spaces themselves. I somehow wanted to get into the research of looking at marginality in post-conflict societies, and I'm actually doing that currently in my honors degree. The data that was collected was transcribed and analyzed using thematic analysis and descriptive coding. And to problematize Warwick, I discovered that despite these several publications and municipal interventions regarding the space, much of the literature has focused on a political economic condition of the space, while the municipal interventions have used a top-down deductive approach to the space, and of course neglecting the lived experiences of the street traders. Now, based on this problematization, the purpose of this research was to explore Nancy Fraser's participatory parity through the lived experiences of the street traders and street vendors at Warwick. The guiding theories or theoretical frameworks that I used were firstly Nancy Fraser, but I'd like to start with I would like to start with Lefebvre's theory first, as it looks at the broader social production of the space. Now, he argues that space is not neutral, that it consists of the 3-dimensional spatial practices, representations of space, and also representational space. Now, what would be here in the spatial practice representation of space and representational space would be, of course, for exclusive use. As I said, that colonialism and apartheid have played a role in this. And then with regards to Nancy Fraser, I looked at the concept of participatory parity, which means that a situation where inequities in the public sphere are eliminated, where all people are able to participate as equals in social life. Now, in this case, I looked at economic redistribution, I looked at cultural recognition, I looked at political representation, and both of these triads actually intersect and help us to understand what is and what can be in a particular space. Now, my findings were as follows. That firstly, I believe that the different markets in Warwick were actually independent. However, my findings showed that despite the separation, many participants had very much the same experience. Secondly, is that the literature and the street traders' experiences are not the same. My key findings were that although the literature suggests some engagement with the street traders and vendors, most participants expressed that the municipality only participated when issues arose. Thirdly, is that street traders without permits face challenges like harassment, confiscation of goods, and violent encounters with the police. For example, in the same year, one research participant said that because of the because of the permits, one case was actually opened against one vendor, and this has been happening throughout the years. Now, the fourth one is that the different markets are somehow close, but the people that are in these spaces have a close-ended understanding of what participatory parity is. Lastly, is that these people have actually lost their agency because of the top-down approach of the municipality, and they have an over-reliance on the same municipality. Now, because of time, I'd like to just focus on the two main things that I've found. Firstly, is that limitations and recommendations. The limitations is that of the time, and secondly is that of the distortion of the keywords that have been used because of direct translation. And then lastly, I'd like to recommend participatory action research to help people responsible for spatial redress, like municipal officials, to understand what is actually opening access. It's not just about opening access, but you do it in a way that people feel that their identities are within that space. Secondly, is that interdisciplinary research, which will build an inclusive space physically, spatially, and culturally. Thirdly, informing street traders and vendors about the legislations that they have as a form of empowerment. And then lastly, I would like to recommend research that is directed to the very challenges of these street traders and vendors, which will form and inform effective participatory action research within the local municipality. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Due to press for time, no, please don't go. We're going to have a Q&A. Can I ask the other two speakers to please also join us in the front for a Q&A session? Sitati and Eitan Verda. Well, you did well. Thank you. All right, can we please just give them a round of applause? Thank you. Because we're pressed for time, we're only going to be taking 3 questions. Is there any questions from the floor?
Thank you. Mine is directed to me, Sitati. Actually, it's not a question, maybe it's a comment. After listening to your very interesting presentation, it reminded me of once I had, in 2016, I think I heard about the late President Castro, who indicated that that after his death, he didn't want his name to be used, or any street names to be used to be named after him. Didn't want to. They call it the cult of personality. Didn't want to have that. But I've noticed that here in the Free State, I'm sure you've heard about the Fidel Castro building. I was just wondering, maybe something that would consider to let us see it. Is it normal when a leader says, I don't want my name to be used, but other countries, they take it and I'm just wondering, even when I'm looking at that bust, how much did it cost to have Fidel Castro in front of that building? It's just my comment. I don't know whether it's something that you maybe consider, maybe when you are localizing it, just to exploit as part of your research. Thank you.
Okay, so I feel like personally, in the African context, right, statues are not a normal way to memorialize people. I mean, there are different ways to do that besides using statues or sculptures or busts, and you can do that through storytelling. I mean, if you look at the Vilagazi street in Soweto, there are no statues or sculptures or anything, but just the storytelling of the streets and the history of it, I think, is enough, you know, within the within the South African context. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question from our online? I'll come back to you. Is there any questions online? Nothing. Okay, we have a hand there at the back.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to all the three speakers. I found them very interesting. My question is with, and excuse my pronunciation, Ms. Eitenverde. So sorry. I'm hearing I need to speak up a bit. Stand up. Okay. Okay, standing makes me feel a bit weird, but because now I'm okay. So I must admit I got in while you were already speaking, so I didn't get the first part of your interview, but I'm interested in your methodology where you speak about for the specific act you want to enact, you want to have observations with the parole officers and you want to see them while they are with offenders. So my question is exactly like who, when you do that, where does the actual, who are the actual, and I hate this word, subjects of your research? Because it sounds as if you are also interviewing or observing both the offenders and the parole and what are they? The word, thank you, yeah. The parole officers.
Thank you for your question. Yes, so the subject of this whole study is the parole officers, the wardens, and so the observation would be of the parole officers or the people interacting with the offenders and the interaction of the of that situation. It's the subject is not the offender, but it's about how the situation happens around the offender. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, I can explain it further. Okay, cool.
Thank you. There was one more question from the back.
Okay, no, thank you, guys, for the excellent presentation. Okay, mine is directed to Ms. Aiden Verde. In terms of maybe incorporating your the victims, those who have been offended, how do you plan to incorporate them into your study? Because there's been a lot of outcry from that side. For instance, I'll make an example, the recent example. The Janus Wados who have been released and then currently he moved international, difficult for the system to get him back. So I want to know how do you plan to incorporate the victim side. And then to Ms. Setati, and then with regards to embracing or maybe commemorating those who have passed on, who indeed are our heroes. But then, so for instance, there's been a recent outcry again to the community in terms of the minister, Nati, who wanted to erect the flag, which I think it was costing 200 million at the Freedom Square in Pretoria. So then how do we then plan to balance? I think that's my question, but you can comment. Balance that when we recognize this importance of our national heritage, and then also, but then we balance in terms of delivering the services to our communities. Thank you very much.
So the focus of this study is not specifically on the victims. However, in this whole process, victims do get impacted by what happens. The incorporation of potential findings of my research would impact the victims. In the reduction of recidivism, obviously less victimization would happen. So in that way, victims would be less impacted. However, in this specific study, the focus will not be on victims specifically, so they won't be incorporated, but they will be kept in consideration. The ethical implications of including victims in this type of study will be kept in consideration.
Okay, so to answer your question, I would rather the government spend money or prioritize service delivery, because like you said, it costs a lot of money to erect memorials and statues and all of that. So I just believe that they should prioritize that money for community development or service delivery, and then will think about erecting statues or flags, because I mean Freedom Park is literally a memorial of the country's history and all of that, and it will always be there, right? And there's already memorials and names, they're already there. And so is it necessary to add more? But at the same, not that there's nothing wrong with memorializing individuals who have helped build the country, but it's really just about focusing on the current problems of the country and just fixing communities that are in poverty. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the session. If you want to continue engagements, you can have networking at the end of the sessions or during lunchtime. Thank you, guys. Program Director, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Lidwaba. Whilst the lecturers are still in the room, we really like to appreciate the work that you are doing. It shows clearly, as we can see, the frameworks, the methodologies, and the concepts that were used. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. You know, I stood there with so many mixed feelings listening to the session, obviously the first session as well. But it made me realize that there is hope for more postgraduate and a higher level of research. When I look at the level that our students, up to honors level, pitch their research. And I felt proud to be part of a support services that makes that possible. Once again, thank you to the lecturers. I know it's a lot of hard work. I know what it is to sit and supervise these works. We do appreciate that. Colleagues, on the desks, on the sides, there are QR codes. We would like to ensure that we go from strength to strength with these activities. Please complete the survey for us. Please also all the participants, I know most of the participants are still here. Remember this afternoon we have to hand out your recognition. We have to recognize you, and there'll obviously also be another level of the winnings. So we'd like to have you guys here, because I know some have some obligations, but we're gonna need the participants here this afternoon. We are gonna shorten the lunch break so that we can get back into time again. Thank you very much. Without any further ado, I'm gonna call on Ms. Refilwe Zim, who will be chairing the next session, the session of the education students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goliath. Morning, colleagues. All right, we've officially entered the education session. The title of the paper is Transforming Alternative Assessment Practices Through Scaffolding the Academic Writing Process, a Constructivism Case Study. And the student is Ms. L. Maasdorp. The supervisor is Dr. L. Wolshausen. Ms. Maasdorp, over to you. Thank you.
Okay. I'd just like to say thank you for having me and good morning to everyone. So the title of my capstone study was Transforming Alternative Assessment Practices Through Scaffolding the Academic Writing Process, and this was a constructivism case study. In the spirit of extending research, I just want to say I'm a master's candidate in the higher education studies. Okay, so these are the titles or headings I will be looking at. For the sake of time, I'm not going to read them out, but you will see them as I continue through my presentation. So when we looked at the issue of alternative assessments compared to traditional assessments in higher education do not, in essence, effectively support students' development of academic writing skills. Therefore, there was a need to address this gap. So we went and looked at alternative assessments in higher education and how necessary these have been, especially in capturing the complexity of writing instruction. So the study aimed to address this gap by analyzing existing literature on alternative assessment methods, particularly in writing instructions. So adopting a constructivism study approach was where the study recognized the importance of engaging students in the assessment process to enhance their learning experiences, while utilizing Vygotsky's scaffolding theory to understand how alternative assessments can facilitate scaffolding in academic writing. Then the primary research question was, how do alternative assessments promote scaffolding in the academic writing process of the EALL 1508 students? And I just want to say that the aim will be then in blue, connecting to the primary research question, and then the objectives also in blue relate to the secondary questions in gray. So the first question, my secondary question was, what literature supports alternative assessments for scaffolding? The second one is, how do these alternative assessments then scaffold the EALL 1508 writing? And then what guidelines can lecturers adopt for scaffolding? Okay. So for my theoretical framework, I looked at constructivism and Vygotsky's scaffolding theory. Constructivist posits that learning is an active experience and builds on past experiences. Students actively participate in their assessment process rather than passively collecting grades. And then this was really well aligned because alternative assessments then support active learning. Then when we look at Vygotsky's scaffolding theory, it posits that scaffolding guides skill development. And then this can be formed in writing through providing good examples, providing feedback, and also reflecting on tasks. Okay, when we look at the research paradigm, I made use of the constructivism paradigm, and the research showed that an understanding of how different assessment methods can foster scaffolding by promoting active knowledge through the construction of active knowledge construction through formative assessments. Okay, then for the research design, I made use of a case study because this allowed me to look at how alternative assessments are utilized to scaffold the writing instruction, and it also highlights their effectiveness in the real world setting. Then the research methodology I made use of was a qualitative method because of its ability to provide detail of students' experiences with the diverse assessment methods used in this module, as well as because it provides rich insights into how scaffolding plays a role in the writing instruction. Then for data collection, So this was more or less a desktop study. So I made use of the study guide of the module, the assessment instructions, the assessment policies of the University of the Free State, and surveys of the students' feedback on how they perceived the assessments. Then I based my analysis on thematic analysis, where I was looked at scaffolding pattern themes, and then I aligned my findings with the research questions when I was doing my reporting. So based for trustworthiness was maintained through member checking, peer debriefing, saturation, and reflexivity. To maintain validity and reliability, I analyzed the documents using thematic analysis and validated my findings through triangulating the sources used. Then for ethical considerations, I want to make a note that no consent was needed for document analysis because I did not interact with any human beings, only paper. And then I ensured anonymity and confidentiality by using pseudonyms from the survey data. I also made sure that I protected the data with password secured storage and that I communicated transparently what my study's objectives, methodology, and potential outcomes could be. So in terms of my findings, the first one says that alternative assessments promote learning and writing development. So this was clear in the tools used in this module. So the lecturer made use of journals, portfolios, peer reviews, and voice notes to scaffold the writing skills. So those were the type of formative assessments the lecturer made use of. And then this was well aligned with the constructivist and the scaffolding theories that I used for my study. Then the second one is students respond positively to formative and scaffolded assessments. So even though they responded well to these formative assessments, there was still a suggestion from students that the instructions be more clearer and that they have more clarity on how to go about their assessments, which were mostly online, which links into the third finding that digital support and clear guidance are important. So the students, because they were first years, they needed more support on how to use Blackboard and how to navigate Blackboard as well. Then the fourth finding was feedback quality needs enhancement. And I am a champion for feedback. So what students suggested is that they can use different kinds of feedback. So they can have audio or visual feedback. They also included that they wanted more personalized feedback and not just generic feedback. Then the last one is collaborative learning enhances engagement. So students loved group work because they felt like it promoted self-assessment and as well as social learning. Then finally, we reached the end. These were my lessons learned. So the first one is there's value of a clear theoretical foundation. So the lesson I learned from this was you need to ground your study in well-established theory, and this will then strengthen your analysis and guide how you interpret the data. The second thing that I learned was scaffolding is not just a concept, it's a practice. Observing how step-by-step tasks and feedback supported student writing highlighted this practical power of scaffolding to me. The third one is the student voice matters. And I mean, here we are, our voices matter. The lesson that came from this is that you need to listen to your students because they actually help you refine your teaching and learning practices as well as how you produce your assessments for students. Then the fourth one is research is iterative and not linear. So the lesson I learned with this is developing my research required me to refine my focus and rework my methods as I was going and aligning my questions with my framework. This needed a lot of patience and adaptability, and I grew alongside my project. Then the last one is academic writing demands discipline and support. So having the fundamentally important relationship with your supervisor is so important, because your supervisor will give you continuous feedback and guide you in your research projects. And it actually taught me that scaffolding is vital for researchers too, and not just for students. Then I want to end this off with by saying this study was not just for my capstone research. As my role in the Center for Teaching and Learning working with assessments, it has really helped me look at why I do what I do and how I can better help lecturers transform their assessments. And thank you.
Another warm round of applause for Ms. Masto, please. Thank you. All right. Our second research paper is titled The School Management Team's Perspective on the Continual Use of Corporal Punishment in Secondary Schools. The supervisor is Dr. Mtati, and the student is B. Muswabi. Please give Ms. B. Muswabi a warm round of applause as she comes to the front.
Can I start? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bitumelo Maswabi, and the title of my study is The Schools Management Team's Perspective on the Continual Use of Corporal Punishment in Secondary Schools. This is the presentation outline, and then this is the abstract. I won't be going through it because of time. And then the introduction. In South Africa and elsewhere, teachers' misconduct is a serious problem. Concerns about misconduct are growing amongst the public, with the main problem being the continual use of corporal punishment. Corporal punishment and other forms of harsh punishment were eliminated, and according to Section 12 of the South African Constitution Act, stipulates that no one should be subjected to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. Moreover, the National Education Policy Act stipulates that no person shall administer corporal punishment or subject a learner to psychological or physical abuse at any educational institution. Despite the implementation of several methods which include verbal warning, demerits, and detention as alternative to corporal punishment, the rate of indiscipline persists in schools. Therefore, this study aims to investigate the perspective of schools management team regarding the continual use of corporal punishment in schools as a disciplinary measure after it was abolished. I can go to next. It's not moving. Sorry for that, it's not moving. The aim of this study is to investigate the perspectives of the schools management team regarding the continual use of corporal punishment in school as a disciplinary measure. The literature review. The disciplinary atmosphere of the school can be greatly impacted by the management team's position, which can have an impact on the learner's academic achievement and psychological health. Influence of the school's management on discipline policies. In school, for a learner to be disciplined, the established system must be completely operational and understood by learners. The academic outcome associated with corporal punishment. Studies have shown that corporal punishment causes negative attitude towards learning, even though Strand's definition makes it clear that educators use it to encourage learners to behave in a way they believe are appropriate for their education. Theoretical framework. This study employs classic behavior modification theory. This theory's central claim that learning is contingent upon the circumstances surrounding a particular behavior. The laws of effects, as proposed by Thorndike, states that activities that result in reward typically continue, while behavior that cause discomfort or punishment typically decrease. One uncomfortable method used to modify behavior in school is corporal punishment. It is crucial to understand how the school's management team and teachers feel about using rewards and counseling as alternative to traditional form of learners' punishment. The research design and methodology. This study is underpinned by interpretive paradigm. The research approach. This study used a qualitative approach to investigate the school's management team's perspective on the continual use of corporal punishment as a disciplinary measure. Research method and sampling procedure. This study used semi-structured interviews to collect data. The population consisted of 2 secondary schools. The participants were the school's management team members, which include 1 principal and 2 deputy principals per school. The participants were 6 in total. The selection of the school's management team is to justify the fact that they're the ones who discipline the learners daily. Data analysis and ethical consideration. In this study, thematic analysis was used to analyze data by creating themes from data collected. Ethical clearance was obtained from the University of the Free State. Permission was sought from the Free State Department of Basic Education and selected schools. Identification of participants were not revealed. The presentation of findings and discussion. These were the following questions that were asked when collecting data. But due to time, I will only discuss the themes of 2 questions, which are B and C, that states, what comments on the prohibition of corporal punishment have parents and teachers made to the school's management team? And which other forms or strategies of discipline does the school's management team of the school consider rather than corporal punishment? Theme 1, disciplinary measure in high schools. The study revealed that the participants were using disciplinary system capturing the learner's behavior on SASMs. Secondly, the school have a code of conduct that the learners and teachers need adhere to. Thirdly, there is apparent learner contact where the school involves parents and make them aware of the children's behavior at school. And there's also an incident book where they keep records of learners' behavior before they can take the learner to disciplinary hearing. In my view, detention is a disciplinary measure that works best when learners are being supervised because they are forced to do their schoolwork and study. Therefore, academic performance will improve. Sorry for that. Theme 2, teachers versus parents' views on corporal punishment. The study revealed that the school's management team are of the opinion that parents want corporal punishment to be administered on their children. Parents believe spare the rod and spoil the child. But in my opinion, I say, teachers and parents need to be educated more on the consequences of corporal punishment and why it was abolished in the first place. Recommendation and conclusion. In conclusion, when comparing these 2 schools according to their response, they both adhere to the disciplinary hearing guidelines to refrain from corporal punishment. Both schools use the alternative provided by the school and the Department of Basic Education to discipline learner and refrain from administering corporal punishment. This study recommends that the schools must continue using alternative strategies to discipline learners and that parents should be educated to use alternative disciplinary measure than corporal punishment. This is my reference list, and I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Muswabu. Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to invite the supervisors of the students to please take a seat when the student is presenting. All right, so we're moving on to the next research paper titled Exploring the Effects of Toxic Leadership on Teachers in Primary Schools, the Human Rights Approach by R. Sigalo. And the supervisor for this paper is Dr. Mtati. R. Sigalo? Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Refilo Sakalo, and the title of my study is Exploring the Effects of Toxic Leadership on Teachers in Primary Schools. This is the outline of my presentation. I won't be going through it due to time, and this is the abstract. I also won't be going through it due to time constraints. Now, the introduction and the background of my study. Authority in social organization can be misused, and abusers intentionally distribute toxic power under the pretense that subordinates must legally submit to them with no questions asked. Therefore, subordinates who challenge such leadership are mistaken as being disrespectful, rebellious, and a negative influence in the workplace. Studies have shown that South African educators are thrice more likely to endure workplace bullying than their co-workers all around the world. Thus, this study aims to examine the influence of toxic leadership behavior on teachers' productivity in South African primary schools. The aim of the study, this study aimed to examine the influence of toxic leadership behavior on teachers' productivity in South African primary schools. Now, the literature review. I will be focusing on 3 points on the literature review, which is defining toxic leadership, the impact it has on educators, and toxic leadership in the school context. Now, defining toxic leadership. Toxic leadership has been defined in numerous ways. However, there is disagreements over how to define them. The definition of toxic leadership is repeated systematic behavior by a supervisor, manager, or leader that jeopardizes and/or undermines the goals, responsibilities, tools, effectiveness, and/or the fulfillment of employees' motivation, well-being, or sense of fulfillment in their work. Toxic leadership consists of unethical behavior, unlawful conduct, intimidation, control, both physical and mental abuse that intentionally upsets or harms individuals or groups. Impact on educators. Numerous research studies have demonstrated a positive association between toxic leadership and a decline in employee morale and decreased production. Furthermore, there is a connection between toxic leadership and the desire to resign, with many workers choosing to give up rather than working for a toxic leader. Not only is loss of teachers burdensome, but it also drains the school funds, time, and knowledge, and it damages the sense of community. Educators who are under toxic leadership are said to have higher levels of job stress and worse job satisfaction. The impact on teachers goes beyond the school's work-related activities and can negatively impact their personal lives, mental health, and general well-being. Toxic leadership in the school context. It has been successfully determined that toxic leadership exists at several levels of educational institutions, which are schools, colleges, and universities. A significant percentage of teacher resignation has been documented, and more recently, it was stated that toxic leadership and unfavorable school environments have been causing teachers to leave the field of education and avoid leadership roles at a concerning rate. Now, the research design and methodology for this study.
This study used an interpretive research paradigm in an effort to comprehend the coping mechanisms employed by followers of toxic leaders. This methodology was chosen because it allowed participants to give small but important clues during interviews. Research method. The method used in gathering information in this study was semi-structured interviews. Sampling plan and its description. The study sample consisted of six educators who had previously experienced toxic leadership from their principal. Those educators are from 2 primary schools in Thabo Mofokeng district in the Free State. The purposive sampling technique was employed in order to guarantee that the sample consists of appropriate individuals who could contribute significantly to the research throughout their experiences. Data analysis. A thematic content analysis was employed to examine the interview data in order to identify the central themes and recurring themes that characterized toxic leadership experiences. Ethical considerations. Ethical clearance for this study was obtained from the University of the Free State. A permission from the Free State Department of Education was sought. Permission from principals was also sought. Finally, the informed consent from participants obtained, and to maintain privacy, participant identities were not revealed. Now, the following questions were used when collecting data, but due to time, I'm only going to focus on question 1 and question 2. Question 1. What effects does toxic leadership have on teachers' mental health? Teacher A from school X stated, it causes chronic stress, constant pressure and anxiety. It also causes depression and emotional exhaustion to us as teachers. Teacher A from school Y stated, it causes anxiety, lack of motivation, and depression because you feel unmotivated to come to school. Question 2. How does toxic leadership in primary schools affect the motivation and morale of teachers? Teacher A from school X stated, it leads to demotivation and teachers feel unappreciated. It also causes teachers to feel unhappy and disconnected from their colleagues at large. Teacher A from school Y stated, in a bad way because people will be full of themselves, doing things as they please because they are now in a toxic leadership and they tend not to respect the leader because they feel like they are being excluded or maybe they are being ordered around. The summary of findings. Toxic leadership has a negative impact on teachers' mental health. Most teachers, both from school X and school Y, have stated that toxic leadership causes stress, anxiety, and depression. It also causes teachers to have lack of motivation to go to work. The toxic leadership, as all educators from school X and Y have stated, causes teachers to have lack of motivation to go to work and also makes them lose passion for teaching, as they will only go to school for teaching and learning only. Teacher B from school X also stated the important part. The consequences of this toxic leadership causes unfairness on learners and unfairness on your fellow colleagues. Conclusion and recommendation. The study concludes that toxic leadership negatively impacts both teachers and learners, leading to poor learner behavior and declining academic performance, as well as strained relationships amongst teachers, learners, and parents. The study also concludes that teachers experience demotivation, stress, and anxiety through toxic leadership. The study recommends fair treatment from leaders, open and honest communication, and collaborative problem solving to support a positive school environment and shared goals. I thank you. Thank you so much, Rafilwe. Our next research paper is by Ms. M. Gope, sorry. And the title is Examining the Efficacy of Admission Policy in Primary Schools, Ensuring Equitable Access to Education The supervisor is Dr. B. Mtati. Ms. Ngope, take it away.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mpho Ngope. The title of my study is Examining the Efficacy of Admission Policy in Primary Schools in Ensuring Equitable Access to Education. This is my presentation overview. I won't be going through it. And then this is my abstract, which is already there in the program, so I won't be going through it to save time. The introduction and background of the study. According to the Section 29 of the South African Constitution of 1996, everyone has the right to basic education in a progressive manner. Whereas the South African Schools Act of 1996 stipulates that learners entering grade R must be 5 years old by June 30 of that year. Despite this, some schools enforce their own age requirements, leading to confusion and potential academic learner setbacks. This discrepancy may result in learner being placed in pre-grade R or grade R when they should be in grade R, causing them to be 1 year behind of schooling. There was a great deal of hope that admission policy would transform the educational landscape and usher in the type of social change that many education campaigners had hoped would follow the end of apartheid. Hence, this study aims to examine how the admission policy is applied in primary schools and how effective it is in ensuring equal access to education. Aim of the study. The aim of this study was to examine how the admission policy is applied in primary schools and how effective it is in ensuring equal access to education. Literature review. According to Franklin and McLaren, school admission policies, if unlawfully determined or implemented, can have the unfortunate and unlawful effect of maintaining segregation based on race, language, culture, or socio-economic class if not properly monitored. Barriers to equitable access. Several factors may be considered during placement and admission, such as the school's ability to accept learners with special needs and also the language of instruction. The admission policy of a public school and the administration of admissions by an education department must be not unfairly discriminate in any way against an applicant for admission. The impact of admission policy on educational access. Ineffective implementation of school policies hampers principals' management, leading to inadequate support for learners' educational needs, disorganized school environments, retard teaching and learning programs, and potential learner failure. Research design and methodology. Research paradigm. This study was underpinned by an interpretive paradigm as the research was socially constructed. Research approach. This study used a qualitative research approach as I intended to comprehend my participants' social realities and their experiences in the implementation of the admission policy in primary schools to ensure equitable access to education. Data collection technique. This study used semi-structured interviews to collect data. Sampling plan and its description. The research will make use of purposive sampling technique to recruit schools that are not adhering to the SASSA admission policy. The population was 2 schools in Mutewa district in the Free State. Participants were 1 principal, 1 SGB member, and 1 member from the admission committee from each of the 2 schools. Total participants were 6. Ethical consideration. For the purpose of this study, ethical consideration was obtained from the University of the Free State. Permission was sought from the Free State Department of Education and the selected schools. Identities of the participants were not revealed. Data analysis. In this study, qualitative data was analyzed by creating themes from interviews. Thematic analysis was used to identify repeating patterns in the data. Presentation of findings and discussion. The researcher used semi-structured interviews to find answers to the research questions. 5 questions were asked during the interview, but then due to time constraint, I will not be discussing all the questions. I will only be focusing on A and D, which is for A, it's when admitting learners, does your school enforce this age rule restriction as stipulated by SASSA? If no, what challenges which have restricted you to follow this SASSA age restriction admission policy? And then for D, it's do you hold a perception that learners turning 5 in grade R are too young and unprepared for school, and that learners turning 6 in grade 1 are too young for grade 1? If yes, why? This is the summary of my findings for the 2 questions that I have presented. For the first question that says, do you hold a perception that learners turning 5 in grade R are too young and unprepared for school, and that learners turning 6 in grade 1 are too young for grade 1? If yes, why? Principal 1 supports the department's age policy for grade 1 entry, while Principal 2 disagrees, arguing that 6-year-olds are not developmentally ready. In contrast, both SGB members believe that learners at this age are capable of learning effectively, asserting that the policy is based on sound developmental considerations. For the second question, when admitting learners, does your school enforce the age rule restriction as stipulated by SASSA? If no, what challenges which have restricted you to follow this SASSA age restriction admission policy? Both schools apply the SASSA admission policy exclusively, including its age requirements. For instance, Principal 1 noted that the system rejects underage learners, flagging them as ineligible. However, not all schools comply with this policy. As literature shows, some continue to apply their own age criteria despite SASSA's stipulation that grade R entrants must be 5 years old by June. This inconsistency can lead to inappropriate placement, potentially delaying learners by a year. Conclusion and recommendation. In conclusion, this study found that both schools comply with the South African Schools Act admission policy, ensuring equitable access to education for all children. While School 1 employs various strategies to inform the community about the admission requirements and dates, School 2 focuses on staff training to ensure policy understanding. This study recommends continued compliance with SASSA and targeted training for school governing bodies to address their limited knowledge on policy. This is the list, my summary list of references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ngope. Colleagues, well, in the interest of time, I'm just going to ask for only 2 questions because we reached the end of the session. So first come, first serve. And I'd also like to invite all the presenters to please come to the front so that they're ready to take the questions. Okay, we've got 1 hand at the back, 2 hands at the back. All right, thank you. Can I please have someone to please take the mic? Okay, we'll start with the question right at the back over there.
Thank you very much. Luckily, it's not a question, but a comment. And thank you so much for your presentations. My name is Rosalind Sebulao, the Teaching and Learning Manager in the Faculty of the Humanities. I think what I want to say is when the keynote speaker was addressing us, she spoke about graduate attributes. And your research is talking about the challenges that leadership challenges, toxicity, and all that in our schools. And my comment is, I hope we are not just doing this for research purposes to get masters and honors, but think entrepreneurially and say, what am I going to do to change, to bring the change to our communities? Because our education needs to change. We need to see ourselves as agents of that change. So that's just my question. I really love your research, but my advice is, can we look at it, take it from, as a way of saying, how am I going to be a change shell, changing our society?
Thank you, Dr. Sibulao. Our next question.
Um, Thank you so much for the presentation, ladies. It was really beautiful. My question actually links to the previous comment. So, to Mrs. Laverne, I wanted to ask. So, you spoke about alternative assessments, and since we know our university prides itself on producing world sought after graduates who can compete nationally and internationally, how would you say alternative assessments link back to now graduate attribute, as the previous comment mentioned? What would you say is the one graduate attribute or a few that actually link now with your alternative assessment research? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So, from the top of my head, I would think of critical thinking and problem solving for my study, in the sense that both graduate attributes and alternative assessment, they want to be able to produce students that can function in a real world. And when I think of the health science faculty and how they use simulations to test their students in a controlled environment so that they're able to solve problems that arise from simulations. So then an alternative assessment then can be in a simulation form for the graduate attribute of problem solving and then critical thinking as well, because you need to have a baseline of knowledge to be able to solve that problem as well. And also, we don't want doctors who work on us who don't know what they're doing. Yeah, so I think that's how I would link the graduate attributes with the alternative assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Laverne. I forgot to ask actually, is there any question online? No. All right. Thank you. I'm going to hand over now to the program director. Oh, colleagues, time. All right. We'll take one more question. Is it fine? Just one more, colleagues, please.
Um, Thank you so much, ladies, for the presentation. My question is for Bitumelo, Refilwe, and Mpo, because I think all of you have only interviewed two schools, right? I think I'm a little bit like curious, like, isn't like your results, do they not have bias in them, considering that you only interviewed two schools and there's so many schools in South Africa? It would be nice to hear from other people as well, maybe from other provinces, because you particularly looked at Free State more, or maybe from different is it districts. Yes, don't you guys think there was a little bit of bias in your results?
Oh, thank you for your question. I don't think in my study there was any bias because the participants were actually really honest about their responses.
And again, to add on that, remember when we are doing research, we have limitations, right? So it was not biased, honestly, because they answered honestly and they could, everything they said was based on their views. So I don't think there was uh, anything that was biased there.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we're done with the questions. Eh? All right. I'm going to hand over to you, Kwasi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zim. Thank you, educators. To the last question, I would like just to comment. I think in their level of study, I would say it's okay. Let's give them another hand of applause. Right. Our next session is from the law faculty. We're asking now for Mr. Zinakile Sotu, who is the faculty librarian for the law, to come forward and introduce the speakers to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon and thanks, Program Director. I would like to introduce my two presenters today. Will be sharing their research with us. And the first one is Mrs. Lebogang Khadebe. And the title or the topic of the research report is as follows: parental involvement in their academics, in their children academics, I'm sorry for that, or in their education. And the second presenter is Miss Sitembile Madonsela. And also the same professor for both of them is Prof. J.M. Reineke. And the topic of Mrs. Madonsela is evaluating the state of education in township schools and accountability measures to improve education. I would like to call upon Mrs. Khadebe to come forward and give us the foot of the day. Miss Khadebe, I'm sorry. Over to you, Miss Khadebe.
Good day, everyone. My name is Lebogang Khadebe, and I will be presenting my topic on parental involvement in their children's academics. The main focus was trying to find a balance between parental rights, children's rights, and the state's obligation. So, parental involvement plays a key role in their children's personal development. So, this research paper addresses the academic, emotional, and social impact that parental involvement has on children when parents are over or under involved in their academics. So, these are my research questions and the research problems. The research addressed questions about where to draw the line between parental rights and children independence. I investigated how South African and international law guide this balance, especially in the context of socio-economic and cultural challenges. I used a qualitative research approach based on legal and policy analysis. I examined the CRC, the African Children's Charter, and the South African legislation, focusing on child participation and parental responsibility within a right-based framework. Okay. This was chapter 1. In this chapter, I explored how international law and South African law protected children as individual right holders. And I also showed how our constitution and the Children's Act align with this global standards, particularly regarding participation and protection. Okay. Chapter 2, I highlighted the limits of parental authority and also highlighted that the law acknowledges children's evolving capacity to make decisions and that parents should support and not dominate their children's academic paths. Chapter 3 showed that a lack of parental involvement. Oh, no. Okay. This chapter showed that a lack of parental involvement can infringe upon a child's right to education. However, factors like poverty and low education level can also affect their participation. And then I also argued that these gaps can be addressed by inclusive policies. On the flip side, parental involvement, also known as helicopter parenting, can also restrict the children's growth and development because they tend to be. Chapter 5, I addressed how homeschooling can benefit children with special needs or those residing in remote areas, but it can also pose risks if it remains unregulated. This chapter explored how homeschooling can both benefit and pose a threat to children's rights. Okay. I recommend strengthening homeschooling oversight and to support engagement in underprivileged communities and to ensure that children's voices are heard in education related decisions. My research concluded by stating that children are not extensions of their parents, they are individuals with rights, and that a child first legal approach is essential to build a just and inclusive education system. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khadebe. All the questions will follow after the second, that is presentation. That is the very same procedure will apply to them. So I'll invite our second speaker, which is Ms. Matonsela, Stembile Matonsela, to come forward.
Um, Greetings, my name is Tembile Matonzela, and the topic of my dissertation was evaluating the state of education in township schools and the accountability measures to improve education. I'll start with the background and purpose of my research, followed by the methodology, then findings and discussion, where I'll answer the research questions that I had. And then I'll conclude with the implications. South Africa's history of apartheid has led to significant disparities in education, particularly township schools. Despite the country's constitutional commitment to ensuring the right to basic education as envisaged in Section 29 of the Constitution, many township schools continue to face challenges such as the inadequacy of infrastructure, and the inequitable distribution of resources. I therefore concur that the problem is not with the legislation and policies implemented to curb the non-realization of the right to education, but with our leaders who rob our people of resources that should have been used to improve the lives of the poorest and most vulnerable in our society. The reality is that there is no political will to enforce our law and to meet the public expectations of accountability, efficiency, and delivery. The purpose of my dissertation is to address the gap that exists between what our constitution and other legislation promises with regards to the right to education and the reality of most township schools in South Africa, and how accountability measures and political will can help curb the non-realization of education that happens in most township schools. This study used a qualitative research method to meet its primary objectives. The main sources that I focused on are the South African Constitution, the African Charter, the International Convention on the Economic, Cultural, and Social Rights, and the African and the the Convention on the Rights of the Child. As I said, that under results and discussion, I answer the research questions that I had. So the first question was that, what is the state of education in township schools? Most of the South African township schools in quintiles 1, 2, and 3 lack the facilities and basic elements needed to provide quality instruction. These schools are impacted by occasional access to running water, inclement weather, and spotty electricity. The majority of these schools still have overcrowded classrooms with not enough seats or chairs. Additionally, these schools lack access to technology with computer labs that are quite outdated and libraries that are at best sparsely supplied. They also lack competent teachers because most of them are moving from disadvantaged schools to teach in advantaged ones. These are just the pictures to depict the situation in most township schools. And then the second question, what does the right to basic education entail? Well, the right to basic education is protected by Section 29 of the Constitution, and it ensures that everyone has the right to basic education, including adult basic education. The Juma Masjid case highlights the unqualified and immediate realization of this right. If the right to education is to be realized, facilities such as the scientific laboratories, restrooms, classrooms, and libraries must be provided in the best possible solution. The education provided for should be of high quality. By high quality, it is meant that it should enrich the students' lives and help them escape the cycle of poverty that most Black South Africans are imprisoned in. The third question that I address is the right to basic education realized in township schools? Well, the lack of a safe and high quality learning environment, poor infrastructure, and a shortage of teachers and textbooks sometimes are a few of the major inequalities that these schools must deal with. These differences are therefore not incompatible with the right to basic education, which should guarantee learners access to sufficient instructors and learning resources. The right to basic education is therefore not realized in some township schools that continue to face these unfavorable conditions. My last question, if the right to education is not realized in township schools, what are the accountability measures in place to ensure that this right is realized? Well, the accountability measures that I covered, some of them are the integrated quality management system, the public interest law groups, and the Chapter 9 institutions. However, a greater problem with these accountability measures is that different stakeholders in the Department of Education fail to properly implement them. Proper implementation comes in prioritizing implementation enablers such as leadership, communication, and feedback mechanisms. Some sort of cooperation and sharing of the same goals are essential, and these manifest themselves in terms of political will. Our leaders, therefore, need to have political will in order to meet the public expectations of service delivery. I'll then conclude with implications. My study implied that although the right to basic education is realized by the Constitution and other international documents, there are several challenges that prevent this right from being realized. With that said, it can be deduced that for some township school learners in South Africa, the dream of social justice in education remains unreal. The constitutional commitment to provide everyone with access to education, mend historical divisions, and advance social fairness can all be considered to be unfulfilled in this current context. The true meaning and purpose of education may never be realized by certain students. Finally, I recommend that the government should therefore allocate more funds to improve township schools. Infrastructure and resource provision should be given priority as they have a direct impact on the sustainability and standard of education as well as the human dignity of learners. With regards to accountability measures, I recommend that our leaders should have political will, and a system for tracking resolutions must be established to to assess the progress of a policy and be able to undertake damage control if a policy does not reflect its goals. Because it is different to write something on paper and to put it into action. In addition, the accounting officer should be called to testify before the committee to account for all the financial transactions in the event that there are concerns about any public officials misappropriating government funds. I've covered my references here, and then, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madonsela. I would like to call upon Ms. Khadebe to come in front. This is the time for both of you to answer questions from the audience. Firstly, just to a summary for both, I will start with you. I've noticed that we have covered the involvement of parents in education. There are spheres. It's not only parents are involved in their children's education. We have government, and also which are parents who are governing, that is the high authority, and we have also, that is the provincial, we have also the local. Where the parents fall, they fall on local, where we find parents, they must be directly involved in their children's education. But there's something that was touched. How do a parent get involved? We have SGPs which govern our local schools. And parents don't attend the meetings. The decision will be taken, and tomorrow, then parents will be saying that and that and that. And then the second speaker mentioned about the accountability measures in our education, especially in township. She emphasized township. Why township? There are also laws or legislations. The first one, which is Constitution, to mention Section 29 of the Constitution of South Africa of 1996. And also to mention, which will involve both of them, Children's Education Act 38 of 2005, which protect both the rights of the child to ensure that the children's right of education are protected from grade R up until to grade 12. So it means then when it comes to accountability, the money is there also from the 3 spheres of government. But when it comes to implementation, the money is used otherwise in terms of, I don't know what you answer the questions, but when the money reaches down, that is the local government, there is no money. You'll find you go to schools, there are no proper bathrooms, the classrooms, that is, we'll talk about infrastructure, and also involve unqualified teachers who stands in front of the children, which infringe the right of the child, being unqualified to give classes to a child. And when the child passes grade 1, grade R to another grade, he can't even write or spell his surname his name. So all those are colliding with a children's right when it comes to the Constitution. So I'll hand over to the audience to ask you questions. And over to you, audience.
Um, my name is Aldanya Lunga, and thank you, ladies, for the good presentation. Um, Speaking of accountability, I expected you to at least say involve community members because they also play a role in the education of the students, especially in townships. So what is the involvement of the parents or community members in ensuring accountability? Because in as much as the government is responsible for using the money in a sustainable manner, the community members also have a role to play in ensuring that they hold the same government accountable to say, you promised to buy us 100 desks. Out of the 100 desks, how many did you buy for us? So that, yes. And then also, when you mentioned the current state of education in township, I was expecting at least that you provide perhaps a brief overview of the quality of education in township schools, especially looking at the fact that currently the pass rate is 30%, which is a hindrance to acceptance to universities. So what is your opinion, or rather, what were the findings, if any, regarding that? Thank you.
Well, with regards to my research, I summarized everything. Ne? So what you're asking is in my paper. Yeah. So
Thanks for that question. She just forgot to mention one thing. She's true that everything is in her research paper. But to answer that, she mentioned chapter 9. We call institution a government institution chapter 9, which involves public works, which involve NPA, you mentioned, and those supposed to work in collaboration to ensure that if then there's a tender that has been given to someone, and then the school is not in proper conditions, and then the government must take initiative to open a case, and that particular company or that particular individual must account. That is, the money must be seized back, and another company must be given a chance to build a proper school with proper infrastructure. At the same time, she did mention the high crime rate in South Africa that we have. You build school with computers, you build schools with laptops. I just mentioned, for instance, now Limpopo. Limpopo, how can you buy computers, 20 computers with millions? Whereas there is no proper infrastructure. So there's that collaboration between all the three spheres of government. Is there any? Yeah, the last one.
Thank you so much. Many of the things I wanted to say are covered, except that I get worried when people say, as a teacher, incompetent teachers or teachers fail to whatever without exploring or going deeper into what are the contributing factors of failing. It could be interpretation of the policies you're talking about. It could be environmental. There's so many factors around failing, rather than just to say people are failing to do something. I hope you're not going to say it's in your paper. Yeah, but as a teacher, I get worried when we just say teachers are incompetent. Maybe we need to find another way of of talking to it rather than just saying they're incompetent. I mean, are we also saying teachers are not well prepared, or is it where they're teaching? Is it about resources? Is it, there are just a lot of things. But otherwise, what I wanted to say was covered. Thank you.
There's no other questions. Okay, thank you then.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto is a very good listener. He really summarized what was said. And thank you so much once again, colleagues, for these last two sessions. where we could once again see the the knowledge, the hard work that students and academics put into their work. We are running a bit late on the program, but we're going to catch up by shortening the lunch to a half an hour instead of an hour, so on. But colleagues, because of our logistical setup, where we want to serve you, we're going to ask for some assistance here. Can I get an indication of our external guests, the guests from CUT? Can I just get an indication with a show of hands? Okay, thank you very much. Our guests from Rosebank, the academics, the leaders from Rosebank, are they here? Thank you. And then our academics and adjudicators. We're going to ask you guys to go out first. There are people who indicated, and that's when I say academics, I'm including Dr. Sabulai from the faculty and the staff. There are some guests that indicated they are vegetarian or have other dietary needs. Their table is separate at the back, okay? So those colleagues that are called out now, the CUT staff, the Rosebank staff, our adjudicators and our academics, if you all can make yours way to the back to be served, and then there is no seating arrangement at the back there, so you come back and you can come eat here or you can eat from your hand. And then we'll ask the participants, the presenters, to then join after those crews. And then we'll allow then the others, the participants, obviously everybody that presented. Then we'll allow our other guests and our library staff will then join later, just to get some order and we don't have a influx or a jam at the back there. Thank you very much. And then we will see each other at exactly 25 to 2. Seated again. Thank you so much. Yes, the vegetarian, Mr. Larson Naika is standing there, his hand. You can join him. He'll take you to the vegetarian table. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lunch, get refreshed, and let's push for the last session this afternoon. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, it's exactly 1:30. As we are still eating, it's amazing how our students were presenting. So for them to be able to be at that level of presenter mode or facilitation mode, there has to be some kind of training. In this library, we are fortunate to be partnering with the Art of Speech, which is a program by the students in the university for the students in partnership with the library to teach communication skills to other students, facilitation skills to other students. So in the moment, as you're finishing up with your lunch, I want to introduce the man who's behind the idea of the Art of Speech.
Good afternoon. So before I start, I just want to ask a quick question. Of all the participants that got up and spoke, how many of you felt nervous? That's nearly everybody. So I'm going to explain in a few moments why I asked that question. My name is Litlotlo Salome. I am the founder of a student organization called Art of Speech. And I want to express my gratitude towards the library and information services for their continuous support in establishing Arts of Speech. We have made so much progress in such a short space of time. So what is Arts of Speech? Arts of Speech is a program that aims to improve the communication skills of students. We believe that by becoming the master of your tongue, you become the architect of your future. A common characteristic amongst successful individuals is the ability to communicate clearly and effectively, the ability to articulate yourself in a manner that is persuading and enticing. The world doesn't belong to people with the best ideas. It belongs to people who are able to communicate those ideas. So I've had the privilege to listen to many of your research topics, and all of them strive to solve a problem. Now, in order to solve a problem, you need two things. The first is the right people. The second is the resources. Some need more resources than others. I remember somebody in the NES faculty mentioned that they need 3.5 million rand to execute their project. The degree to which you gather the right people and the right resources is dependent on your ability to communicate your proposal, to articulate a vision in a manner that is so enticing and exciting and inviting that other people jump on board to make that vision a reality. That people want to participate and they come with their respective resources to ensure that you see your project through. Now, all of this comes back to your ability to communicate clearly and effectively. Our workshops are very practical. We address things like how to overcome speaking anxiety, how to address bad speaking habits. And by addressing these small things, your credibility as a speaker is increased. You're perceived as much more confident and somebody with authority when speaking. I'm going to end off with this statement. Our entire project is predicated on the idea that you have something valuable to offer. And we give you the skills and the knowledge on how to communicate that value. So for further information, you can simply follow the UFS Libraries Facebook and Instagram page. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Toto. I believe we are all back from lunch. We are all seated attentively so. We continue now with our program for the afternoon session. I would like to introduce Ms. Sinovia Velman. She is our cataloging librarian at UFS. She will be chairing a session for the health science faculty. Can we give her hands of encouragement as she comes over? Thank you, Sinovia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome again to the graveyard session. Although it's the graveyard session, I hope that we will receive the presentations as uplifting and a hauntingly good session as well. There will be 3 presentations today. Please know there will be time for questions after the presentations. The first presentation, also note that the presentations will be online. So it will be video presentations. So the first one is from the Department of Virology. The topic is profile and risk factors of Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever cases in South Africa. There are 7 students involved and they are being supervised by Professor F.J. Bird and Mr. P.A. Bester. Let us listen to the first presentation then.
Good day, everyone. My name is Hosana Mabal. Good day, everyone. My name is Hosana Mabalani and I'm a fourth-year medical student at the University of the Free State. Today, I will be representing my group by presenting our MSSM module research project titled Profile and Risk Factors of Crimean Congo Hemorrhagic Fever in South Africa. I would like to begin by introducing you to our team. From left to right is Jessica Yabru, Mbande Kubeka, Clarice Thompson, Serene Smith, our supervisor, Professor Felicity Burt, Serena Donachie, Gareth Visser, and myself, Hosana Mabalan. To begin, our project aimed to describe the profile and risk factors of Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever virus in South Africa, to which I will use the abbreviation CCHFV. CCHFV is a viral zoonosis transmitted by the hyaloma tick, of which there are 3 species found in South Africa. Other routes of transmission include handling of infected human tissues, typically seen in nosocomial infections, and infected animal tissues. It was first detected in 1944 in the Crimean Peninsula region of the former Soviet Union. Later, in 1956, it appeared in the now Democratic Republic of Congo. It was then found that these viruses were the same, hence its naming of CCHFV. It is characterized by hemorrhage, fever, and pains throughout the body. Tests for confirmation of the infection are based on an IgG and an IgM immune response, as well as virus detection. Treatment is primarily supportive, and there is no globally recognized vaccine available. The absence of a vaccine, however, highlights the importance of understanding the risk factors associated with contracting CCHFV in order to implement appropriate practices to minimize exposure and disease. Our objective was to identify possible risk factors contributing to the development of the CCHFV, namely gender, age, occupation, geographical location, outcome of the infection to determine fatalities and recoveries, source of infection, date of infection to analyze seasonal changes, and in addition, the symptoms reported by patients were also recorded. It was a cross-sectional retrospective analytical study which utilized laboratory-confirmed cases in South Africa dating from January 1990 to December 2022. Our pilot study included 14 cases from January 2000 to December 2021, which were also included in the final study. We recorded 143 cases in our final study that met our criteria of being exclusively in South Africa. All data was collected from the NICD's Communicable Diseases Communique, Public Health Surveillance Bulletin, and annual reports. All our data was then entered into RedCap's secure database where the Department of Biostatistics could perform the data analysis and group our data into continuous and categorical variables. We gained ethical clearance from the UFA's Health Sciences Research Ethics Committee. The NICD database is a public domain, so all cases were accessible and anonymous, adhering to the POPI Act. 143 cases met our inclusion criteria, with no cases being recorded in 1997, 2003, 2011, and 2012. However, in 1996, a CCHFV outbreak amongst ostrich abattoir workers in the Western Cape occurred, where 17 cases were recorded from a single source of infection, being exposure to infected animal tissues. Considering that on average there are 1 to 8 cases per year, and a single case is regarded as an outbreak, this was a major finding. When comparing the number of cases between males and females, it was found that males were predominantly infected. Gender and age were recorded in 139 and 141 cases respectively. Of those, 115 were male and 24 female, with the median ages of 43 years and 38.5 years respectively. The occupation of patients was recorded in only 62 cases, making more than half of the total cases unknown. Of the 62 cases, the majority occurred among farmers and farm workers, followed by abattoir workers, which the ostrich farm outbreak may have contributed to. Other less common occupations are listed on the slide above. We divided up the data into the 9 provinces of South Africa. We were able to identify Central South Africa as the hotspot. The provinces with the highest number of cases were Northern Cape, Free State, and Western Cape, respectively. Note that 20 of the 28 cases recorded in the Western Cape were solely recorded in 1996, the outbreak year. The outcome of illness was available for 138 cases, and 23.9% of them were fatalities. 124 cases reported a source of infection. Of these, 53.2% were from a direct tick bite, making it the most prevalent source of infection. This was followed by contact with livestock with 27.4%. Cases where patients had multiple potential sources of exposures of infection, but the exact source was uncertain, were categorized under tick bite or squashing of ticks or contact with livestock, and that made up 19.4% of the cases. The date of onset of illness was reported in all cases. According to these dates, the majority of infections were recorded in the summer, followed by spring, then autumn, and finally winter. 74.8% of cases did not record the presenting symptoms of patients, meaning there is no record of the symptoms, and not that this percentage includes asymptomatic patients. The remaining cases present with various symptoms, of which the top three symptoms are fever, hemorrhage, and headache, respectively. Other symptoms are also listed in the table. Direct tick bite was the most prevalent mode of transmission, accounting for more than 50% of reported cases. Other cases had uncertain sources of infection reported due to multiple exposures, such as tick bites, squashing of ticks, or contact with livestock. Overall, the multifactorial nature of CCHIV transmission demands mitigation of exposure to ticks and infected animals to reduce the incidence of this disease. Men were 4 times more likely to be infected than women, similarly in a study conducted in Uganda, where men were twice as likely to show seropositivity for CCHIV. This disparity, however, is most likely due to social and occupational factors rather than inherent biological differences, as men dominate in high CCHIV risk occupations like being a farmer or an abattoir worker. The outbreak in 1986, however, displayed an atypical pattern with more female workers being affected. Reasoning for this may simply be that there were more female workers employed at that specific abattoir at the time. Consequently, the outbreak contributed to the inflation of the CCHIV cases within the female population and in the Western Cape. Hyaloma ticks prefer more dry, warm, savanna-like climates. Hence, the majority of cases occurred in the Northern Cape, Free State, as well as the Western Cape. This is influenced by local factors such as climate, especially precipitation and land use like farms that increase proximity to reservoir hosts and vectors such as livestock. The observed seasonal pattern of CCHIV infection exhibits a peak during summer and spring when there's increased tick activity. Infected patients experienced a wide range of symptoms, with fever, headache, and hemorrhage being the most common. This clinical presentation, along with petechial rash, malaise, and vomiting, has been supported as common symptoms in various CCHIV studies. Under limitations, reporting biases and errors led to incomplete information in the reports in our data collection phase. This was pronounced in the risk factors, occupation, and symptoms of patients, but completeness was an issue across the board, excluding geographical location and date of onset of illness. Despite these limitations, however, we were still able to record obvious trends to draw conclusions on the profile and risk factors associated with CCHIV infections. Considering the limitations we encountered, our recommendation is that more attention be directed towards comprehensive reporting of relevant information by surveillance bulletins. With a pronounced susceptibility to infection of specific demographic cohorts, such as farm and abattoir workers in endemic areas, we propose implementing focused interventions to educate these populations on preventative measures and early detection protocols for CCHIV infections. Although the incidence of CCHIV in South Africa is relatively low, its potential lethality and increasing global distribution calls for further efforts in vaccine development. In the absence of a vaccine or a specific treatment, the understanding of risk factors associated with contracted CCHIV and further implementation of appropriate measures to minimize exposure and disease are monumental. We as a team hope to collaborate with Dr. Vaya from the NICD to publish our findings in the future. In summary, we identified the risk factors of occupation, tying in with gender and being in endemic areas as the most prominent risk factors to the infection of CCHIV. And furthermore, we recommend more interventions be put in place to educate the public and high-risk groups, limit exposure to ticks and infected animal products, and further development on a vaccine. First, we would like to thank our supervisors, Professor Felicity Burt and Mr. Philip Bester, for their support and guidance to bring this project into fruition. Secondly, we thank our MSSM team for all the informative lectures, valuable inputs on our research project. Finally, we thank the School of Research and Postgraduate Committee for providing funding. I thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you. That was a bit harsh after our, our lunch that we just had. The second group, we are going to look at, they are from the Department of Occupational Therapy. And I think the lecturer is online, so we can ask questions just if after the presentation. The topic is sensory modulation in children living in residential care facilities in Bloemfontein. There are 6 presenters, and the lecturer is Mrs. A. Jansen. Just give a hand of applause for them. Thank you.
Picture a child, eyes wide with wonder and hope, navigating a world full of promises. Now, imagine that same child burdened by a path they didn't choose, carrying the weight of trauma like a shadow that never fades. This is the harsh reality for many children residing in residential care facilities. In South Africa, occupational therapists have observed a rising trend in children seeking help due to trauma, affecting their daily functioning, especially processing sensory information. Research indicates a high prevalence of trauma among children in long-term residential care facilities. These facilities provide care for children who may have experienced significant neglect and violence. I want you to imagine every touch feels like a crowd, every sound too loud, lights are bright, and smells too strong. For some kids, this is their daily song. What if I told you that that is sensory modulation? It's the way we deal with these sensations. It's how the brain manages sensory input to help us to stay focused and respond appropriately to our environment. Winnie Dunn expanded on Jean Eyre's sensory integration theory into 4 sensory processing patterns, namely low registration, sensation seeking, sensory sensitivity, and sensation avoiding. Behavioral tendencies, which can be categorized as moving towards, away, or not responding, may still be observed even without a specific sensory profile. Sensory modulation issues can impact children's interactions with the environment and their emotional and behavioral control. Occupational therapy is crucial for addressing sensory modulation issues, but there's limited research on how trauma impacts these children residing in residential care facilities in Bloemfontein. The gap in research is particularly troubling given the increased risk of child maltreatment in South Africa. Previous global studies have linked maltreatment to children being placed in residential care, emphasizing the importance of understanding sensory processing issues in these contexts. As a result, these children often with traumatic experience don't get the occupational therapy they need. By addressing sensory modulation difficulties, occupational therapists can enhance their quality of life. Therefore, it's important to advocate for occupational therapists in these settings. What is sensory profile of children living in residential care facilities in Bloemfontein is the question. The aims are as follow. Being to describe the sensory profiles among children in these facilities, to determine the prevalence rate of the different sensory profiles, and to explore the demographic factors associated with these profiles. The research context includes 64 participants from facilities in Bloemfontein, 7 urban and 3 rural. These facilities were provided by the Department of Social Development.
Looking at the methodology, we followed a descriptive, quantitative, cross-sectional analytical design. Residential care facilities in Bloemfontein were selected using convenient sampling. Caregivers at these facilities completed a self-designed questionnaire on behalf of each child. This was our inclusion criteria. Children diagnosed with a pathology with sensory modulation difficulties, such as ADHD and autism, were excluded from our study. The following is an example of the self-designed questionnaire based on Anne-Marie Lombard's theory of neurological thresholds. The questionnaire had 40 questions divided into two categories: high threshold and low threshold, with subcategories under each. Participants who did not meet the scoring criteria for a specific sensory profile were categorized based on their tendency toward behaviors. Their highest category and subcategory score were considered their behavioral tendency. A pilot study was conducted at 4 facilities and tested a questionnaire with 1 caregiver per facility. The questionnaire was effective and unchanged for the main study. Relevant approvals were sought, and consent and assent were obtained from facilities, caregivers, and children respectively. Children were identified through caregivers based on the inclusion criteria, and questionnaires were completed on their behalf. Facilities, caregivers, and children were identified for data sharing with the biostatistician using REDCap. Looking at data analysis, categorical data was described using frequency and percentages, and continuous variables were described using the mean and standard deviation. Validity, reliability, and trustworthiness. Caregivers were briefed on the questionnaires' importance, researchers ensured accurate data collection, and language barriers were addressed with translations in Afrikaans and Sotho. The following ethical principles were considered. Looking at the results and discussions, looking at the percentage of children per sensory profile, 10.8% of the participants had typical sensory modulation, while 89.2% had sensory modulation difficulties. Among those with difficulties, 50.8% had behavioral tendencies, and 35.4% had a high threshold, 31% had a mixed sensory profile. Looking at the age range, the largest age group was older than 8 years and 11 months. The number of older children are more prominent in residential care facilities, aligning with previous research which indicates that the likelihood of children being orphaned rises with age. This graph shows that a high threshold is the only sensory profile present across all age groups, with no children showing a low threshold profile. High threshold is most common from 3 to 6 years and 11 months, after which a shift occurs between ages 7 and 8, where behavioral tendencies and high threshold profiles are equally presented. Children's sensory profiles evolve, with increased behavioral tendencies seen in those aged 8 years and older. Dunn and Westman found that development tends to plateau between 5 to 8 years, aligning with our findings. Additionally, a study found that younger Taiwanese children between 3 and 4 years have poorer sensory modulation and sensory-seeking behaviors decrease with age, supporting our study results where the number of children presenting with sensory-seeking profiles decrease as age increase. The analysis of behavioral tendencies across the different chronological age groups revealed distinct patterns in sensory profiles. The most prevalent behavioral tendency indicated was sensory seeking, most dominant in the children older than 8 years and 11 months. This tendency was present across all age groups, except in the age group less than 3 years and 11 months, where no participants presented with behavioral tendencies. Sensory profiles across urban and rural contexts, we noted that 54.7% of the participants were living in rural facilities and 45.3% in urban facilities. In the facilities, sensory profiles varied. In rural facilities, behavioral tendencies were most prominent, with 20 children presenting with this profile. In urban facilities, 13 children presented with high threshold sensory profiles, with an equal amount presenting with behavioral tendency profiles. Comparing urban and rural facilities showed that rural settings had more prominent behavioral tendencies. Research shows that a child's residential environment affects their vulnerabilities, potentially worsening past traumas and influencing their perception and reaction to surroundings. The reasons for admission, so all participants had trauma histories. 31.3% experienced child neglect and 20.3% experienced physical and emotional abuse. The study identified associations between sensory modulation difficulties and reasons for admission. High threshold sensory profiles are the most common among physical and emotional abuse, with 8 participants. Behavioral tendencies are the most prevalent with children who experience neglect, with 11 participants. Our study linked trauma-related admissions to various sensory profiles, causing sensory modulation difficulties in children, aligning with research that trauma often increases sensory seeking or avoidance behaviors. These were the limitations of our study. Due to financial constraints, we were unable to purchase standardized assessment tools, decreasing validity and reliability. Additionally, our small sample size also limited the generalization of data to the population. To conclude, 89.2% of the children in facilities had sensory modulation difficulties. The data in our study highlights how trauma affects sensory modulation and emphasizes the need for targeted occupational therapy interventions to support their development and emotional well-being, as well as to address their specific challenges. We recommend future research should involve larger sample sizes, advocating for integrating sensory considerations into trauma care protocols, thus promoting occupational well-being. Every child in residential care needs actionable support to heal and navigate their world. Trauma-informed care and occupational therapy can provide the tools for children to thrive. True transformation begins within ourselves and through collective efforts, as Alice Little noted. We must be advocates and change makers, ensuring children receive the support to turn trauma into hope and resilience. We want to say a special thank you to the following people. The student researchers appreciate the time of the residential care facilities and research participants, the statistical assistance from Dr. Aluko, and a thank you to Ms. Janssen, our research leader, who assisted with the conceptualizing and development of the topic, supervised and provided feedback during the research process. Here is a list of our references. Thank you.
I hope you have noted that they said that they had financial constraints as well. But this is a very important research. So I hope that the universities, authorities take note so that there's more money made available for research such as this. The reason why we have the video presentations is because in this faculty, most of the students do their presentations at their field work during this time. And because for their practical exams and so on. So please excuse the reason why they are not present here. Okay, the third and last presentation is from the Department of Nursing. The inclusion of mothers in caring for their neonates in the neonatal intensive care unit, scoping review. Again, there are more than 5 presenters, and the lecturers are Dr. Van Jaarsveld and Dr. Spies. Again, it's about children. So it's very important research that they are doing. Thank you.
Good day to all. This is Ntabela Kozak presenting research from the School of Nursing titled The Inclusion of Mothers in Caring for Their Neonates in the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, a Scoping Review. Mothers are essential in the development of their infants, mainly for their physiological stability, for psychosocial well-being, as well as for emotional development or attachment. An ideal situation for the care of their neonates in their neonatal intensive care unit would be that family-centered care be utilized in conjunction with other methods such as kangaroo mother care for the caring of the neonates. The aim of this study was to explore available evidence on the inclusion of mothers in the care of their neonates while they are admitted in the neonatal intensive care unit. The design that was used for our research was a scoping review. Why a scoping review? A scoping review explores and maps out all available literature, including rare literature. And with this, we were able to then consolidate the evidence that we found. We were able to identify existing knowledge gaps, as well as come up with recommendations for future research. We use this instead of a systematic review because a systematic review is directed at exploring best evidence to change practice. The scoping review process is highlighted above, with the first step being definition and alignment of objectives and questions, and the goal being summary of evidence in relation to the aim of the research. The review question was, how are mothers included in caring for their neonates in the neonatal intensive care unit, with the population, the concept, and the context highlighted. The eligibility criteria for our research had a number of inclusion and exclusion criteria, namely the population, the concept, the context, evidence sources to be included, the time frame for those evidence sources, as well as the language for those evidence sources. For the search strategy, a Boolean search string with Boolean operators such as and or were used in search engines and databases to connect search terms and refine results. A number of databases was also consulted during the research, with Medline emerging as the most prevalent. A Prisma SCR flow diagram was then used to screen, to include, and exclude data sources. We began with 222 data sources, and after exclusions due to duplication and other reasons, a total of 12 sources was included in our study. This slide and the next showcase a summary of our included sources. A data extraction table was then used, which also included our PCC and other important characteristics, as well as key findings from data sources to extract the data from our included sources. In analyzing our data, descriptive analysis was used, with descriptive statistics to identify frequencies and to calculate averages and percentages. Analyze the data, an Excel spreadsheet was used to map the data out. The same was also used to calculate frequencies, to identify patterns, as well as to make sense of the extracted information. Now for the results. This is a world map or a global representation of all the countries of origin of our included sources. A pattern noticed here was that most of the articles, a majority of our articles, 83.3% to be exact, of our included sources emerged from the global north, with studies conducted in Sweden, Iran, India, Portugal, as well as in South Africa. Studies included in the review consisted mainly of quantitative studies, with 75% of our included sources being of quantitative design and only 16% or 2 of the included studies were of qualitative design. A comparison of the average sample sizes in the included study designs revealed the following. In the quantitative design, we found that there was an average of 67 participants, whereas in the qualitative studies, there was only an average of 25 participants. When looking at low, middle versus high income countries, we found that in high income countries, mothers are included mainly through KMC or kangaroo mother care, whereas in low middle income countries, they are included through a conjunction of methods, being breastfeeding and kangaroo mother care. In conducting our research, we found that most of the articles originated from low to middle income countries. We found that 75% of our included articles were of quantitative design, and we found that kangaroo mother care was the most used method of inclusion for mothers in the neonatal intensive care unit. Some of the barriers that we noticed during our study was that there was a high lack of knowledge amongst the mothers on how to care for their neonates whilst they are hospitalized in the NICU. We noted that hospital, mainly ICU policies, can also be very restrictive in the mother's care for their babies. Life support machines, as well as other attachments on the babies, also posed a very big barrier in the mothers caring and touching their babies. Some of the knowledge gaps identified during our research was that there is a limited number of articles published in the Global South, namely in South America, Australia, and in the African context. We found that a very limited number of the included articles originated from high-income countries. We found a research gap between the years of 2013 and 2016 when no articles were published on the subject whatsoever. We also found that only 10% of the included articles reported solely on breastfeeding. Some of the recommendations that my group and I came up with was that more research needs to be conducted in the Global South, especially in African countries to fit the African context. We also propose that research be conducted on numerous ways of including mothers when their neonates are admitted in the NICU. We recommend that additional investigations into qualitative designs needs to be done, as well as larger sample sizes be included in quantitative studies. Conclusion. Was our question answered? Yes. Although there is no evidence on whether mothers were sufficiently included, we found that mothers are included in the care of their neonates whilst they are admitted in the neonatal intensive care unit. We found that mothers are mainly included through KMC, or kangaroo mother care, and breastfeeding. And some of the advantages that we were able to confirm during our study is that the neonates' length of stay is significantly reduced when their mothers are included. We found that including the mothers decreases maternal stress, and we found that there is a better and more improved mother and infant interaction as well as bonding that is fostered when the mothers are included. To ensure the rigor of our review, a PRISMA SCR checklist was made use of. A librarian was consulted for our search strategy as well as for screening of articles. Screening, code-checking, and data extraction happened in pairs in our group of 8. Critical group discussions for consensus on the data that was to be used in our study were conducted, and supervisors who are well knowledgeable in the field were consulted during the whole course of our research. To ensure that our research was ethical, a waiver was applied for and granted by HSREG with the number displayed on the slide. And to decrease the risk of the research, no human participants were involved. It was a computer-top research. The International Center for Academic Integrity's virtue-based approach was also utilized with the following virtues being put into play during the conduction of our research. These are our references for the compiled slideshow. And last but not least, a special shout out goes out to our 2 supervisors as well as the 8 group members that participated in this research. With that being said, I thank you.
Colleagues, we are going to follow the same procedure. If you have any questions, we will try to answer it with the one lecturer that's online. Can I just hear, who's the lecturer again? Oh. The student and lecturer from occupational therapy. Are you online? Can you just...
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I am online, but there are some students online as well.
Thank you.
We welcome your questions.
Are there any questions, please? There's a question.
Thank you so much to the students as well as to the lecturers on a very interesting research presentation, very insightful, and well done to the group of students as well. So my question is with regards to the exclusion criteria. I think it was mentioned that children with autism or children on the spectrum and I think behavioral problems were excluded from the study. So I just wanted to find out with regards to that graph, I think that they had where they showed that, the kids were, or the children were exposed to different types of trauma, the duration of trauma exposure, would that also have an impact on the overall, I guess, the behavioral issues that were presented? And was that something noted for each of the participants or the children in that study? Thank you so much.
Can I just hear from those online? Did you hear the question? They wanted to know about the autism spectrum, whether the duration of trauma exposure had an impact on the other participants, on all participants, and how did it affect them? Anybody to answer that, please? Who is Kosi?
Sorry, my students are struggling with their mic. I would just like to say that they chose to exclude the autistic kids or those children on the spectrum because they, based on the diagnosis, they inherently struggle with sensory modulation. So the group wanted to exclude that. But they did not look at the duration of trauma. It was not one of the questions that they asked. The reason for that is most of the children presented with very little background information. If we received, a date of birth, we were lucky in most cases, as neglect was, as you saw, predominantly the biggest problem that the kids experienced. So to answer your question, no, they did not look at the duration of trauma.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Any other questions, please? If there's no other question, I just wanted to find out the last group. They said that they also made use of the librarians in the faculty. So can the librarians, one of the librarians, just explain how did you help them and how was it done? Thank you.
Right. Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. I'm Annemarie de Prier. I'm the head of the Health Sciences Library. We've got quite a number of the student groups that do systematic or scoping reviews for their fourth year group research projects. So what we do is the groups come to see us as a group together with their lecturer or their supervisor, and we sit together and develop a search strategy. We then do the information search with them and send them the results, and that's based on the topic and the inclusion exclusion criteria and so on. And we also assist them to just write up the part where the methodology is explained. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Annemarie. There's a question here online. I'm going to read it. My question is directed to the nursing students again who were researching about the NICU mother care. Which tool did they use to retrieve the global representation of articles? Now, there's nobody here from that group, but I think Annemarie can maybe help there, please.
Yeah, so I think that's just part of the data analysis, data extraction part that's one of the extraction fields. So usually when you do a scoping or systematic review, you select the fields that you want to extract. So you look at the authors, they also look at the geographic area. So it's just from the published articles that they accessed, they just got that geographic area from there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Annemarie. Are there no questions? Oh, there's another one. There's two. Can I have that one first and then? Okay.
Should I go first? Okay. My question is to the students who did the CCHFV project. I think it was with Professor Felicity Burt. I just wanted to find out, they mentioned that the distribution of ticks, they had a number of studies. I think there was the Western Cape and the Free State, I think, that had amongst the highest incidences of that tick virus. I just wanted to know, the tick itself, is the genetic profile of that tick region specific, or is it the same across the country? Because I assume that the initial analysis, can they do that kind of screening to actually be able to say this kind of tick is found in the Free State and this is found in the Western Cape? Were they able to do that kind of analysis? Thank you.
There is nobody from that group online. So I think we can also direct our questions to the Faculty of Health, maybe to that department and to the lecturer afterwards, because there's nobody, unfortunately. There was a second question, second hand.
Well, okay. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that they received kangaroo mother care, or is that, yeah, that's the term. But they also experienced a lot of neglect, right? But how does the combination of the neglect and the kangaroo mother care influence the attachment of the child?
I'm again directing it to one of the librarians. So unfortunately, there was nobody online for that to answer the question. So as we say, this is an ongoing process. We can still direct the questions to the faculty. Unfortunately. With that, we have come to the end of our question. Oh, is there another? Is a follow-up question? Okay, thank you. I want to thank everybody. You did participate very well, despite the fact that there was no presenters here. So thank you very much. Thanks.
A hand of applause for Sinovia. Thank you, Sinovia. You did very well for health science. Okay. Right, we move on. This is our last session, session 7. It's EMS. I would like to introduce the EMS faculty librarian, Mr. Sipoko, to introduce the speakers to us. I saw the first title. It talks about load shedding. I got excited. Then it talks about scarcity of water and something. Then I got sad. Over to you, Mr. Sipoko.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have saved the best for last. Before I start with the introduction of our speakers, I would like to touch on what our guest speaker has said. She said that this conference, it's a platform for growth. So to touch on her words, I will say gaining knowledge is the first step to wisdom. And then sharing it is the first step to humanity. I thank you with those words. So the business of the day, introduction. Our first topic is the influence of load shedding on potable water service delivery, a case study of the Mbe District Municipality. So the speakers are, it's a group work. It's A, Chauke, E, Nyalunga, P, Janji, T, Muhlodi, M, Mda, and S, Gabisa. So after reading this title, what comes to mind is Sustainable Development Goal number 6, where we talk about clean water and sanitation. Can E. Nyalunga please come forward to deliver on the topic? All the best.
Thank you. If I didn't know better, I would say we were put last so that we can pinpoint which faculties to actually work with in attaining sustainable development. Good day. My name is Aldanya Lunga, and today I'm joined by Ms. Mda and Ms. Yankis. And our topic is the influence of load shedding on potable water service delivery, a case study of the Mbe District Municipality. How many of you, if I may ask, by a show of hands, have drunk tap water recently? Only a few. And I wonder why. But I will answer that shortly. Water insecurity is a global problem, and it gets worse in South Africa because of load shedding and other factors. And it is said that water sustainability is very fundamental in maintaining human life, and it is a constitutional right more than anything. According to Cimatech, water is a basic human right necessary for the dignity, the health, and the well-being of people and communities worldwide. And we can attest to that because of the water bottles that we have on our desk at the moment. It shows how much water sustainability is actually important in our daily lives. However, due to challenges such as load shedding, resources, and other factors, that is hindered. Water sustainability is hindered because then without electricity, then water pumps cannot function as they are supposed to. Hence this study today. In addition, power outages have got significant impact on water sustainability, or rather the provision of water in our communities. As a result, water treatment systems are hindered because then if there's no electricity, there is no way that an electricity dependent system will be able to function, or rather the municipality would be able to supply water to its residents. And then also, providing potable water in Limpopo is faced with challenges. One of those challenges is funding. It's infrastructure. There's dilapidated infrastructure that is not well maintained by the municipality. However, before we can fault the municipalities, we also have to look within ourselves, because there is a culture of non-payment of services in each and every municipality in South Africa. Most people do not pay for their services. As a result, it also hinders on the municipality's ability to provide services to the people. And then the Vembe district is located in Limpopo, in Venda. It is a Category C municipality consisting of 4 local municipalities. The district is known, or is rather famous, for its tourist attraction and agricultural factors. However, what is tourism or agriculture if we do not have water? As a result, it is acknowledged that the rural areas of Vembe uses a whole lot of water. It uses a lot of water because then agriculture requires water. Tourists, or rather tourist attraction, requires water to be present so that the municipality can actually function. And then the research problem that we have identified is that in most rural areas in Vembe, they've been experiencing a lack of quality water service delivery, meaning that the people are now prone, or rather they are vulnerable to waterborne diseases, such as cholera, such as diarrhea, and other infections that are related to water. As a result, also, pump stations, they require electricity in order for them to work. Hence, we identified the nexus between water and energy, because then one is dependent on the other. In the absence of one, then the other will not be able to exist. Also, the provision of water services to the municipal residents is a constitutional mandate under Section 152 of the Constitution. It mandates the municipality to provide sustainable services to the people, and one of them includes providing water. It includes providing electricity. However, if there is no electricity, then that means the municipality will not be able to execute its mandate, which is providing sustainable water to the people. And then also, Stats SA reported that 47% of unemployment in Limpopo, and it reported 47.9% of unemployment in Limpopo, and 32.6% of unemployment, which also play a role in service delivery, because like I said, the residents do not, or most residents do not pay for the services that are provided to them. As a result, the municipality is not receiving any revenue from the people in order for them to supply water to the residents. And then also, although the Vembe municipality has got a lot of dams and 90% of them are usually full, it becomes pointless because what is the use of that dam water if the municipality cannot extract it and purify it, treat it to provide water to the people? Because water purification and treatment requires electricity so that water can be provided to the residents. And then also, in as much as the government is to be blamed for their lack of accountability, their lack of budgeting, or rather the corruption that is skyrocketing in municipalities, we also have to look at the role that the residents are playing in ensuring that they also contribute towards service delivery. Because if you're not paying for a service, how then do you expect the municipality to provide services to you? Because in most cases, or rather in South Africa, municipalities, they collect almost 97% of their revenue from the residents, because the government is not really providing them with much funding. So if the residents are not paying for their services, then it becomes difficult for the municipality to actually render the services that are much needed in these municipalities. And another problem also that we identified in this study is that when there is no water provision, then people, or rather the residents, are then forced to go out and seek alternative water sources. And in most cases, it is the women and children that actually go out in search for this water, which puts them in danger, because then you don't know what you will be encountering as you are walking out looking for water. And also to mention that the same water that they are collecting from boreholes, from rivers, is not clean, safe water for consumption. That also puts their health at risk. And then load shedding also affects the infrastructure, the water infrastructure, because the on and off of electricity, it means that the infrastructure is affected. And then we used a qualitative research approach to interpret the findings of this study. And then data was collected using secondary sources, and also our data analysis strategy was the thematic analysis. We also obtained ethical clearance from the committee. And then also there were no participants, there were no active participants, because the study was a desktop study. And the study addressed these three questions. The first one is, what is the nexus between load shedding and potable water service delivery? The second one is, what is the effect of load shedding and potable water shortages in the Vemba District Municipality? And lastly, what recommendations can be made to address load shedding and improve potable water service delivery within the Vemba Municipality? And the objectives are there also respectively. And then the findings of the study was that we found that there really is a nexus between water and energy, because one relies on the other, right? As I've been mentioning, that there is a necessity for electricity to be available so that water purification systems can function, and then the residents can actually be provided with water. So in the absence of the electricity, or rather in the presence of load shedding, it was difficult then for the municipality to actually provide water to the people, because these are two dependent on each other. Water and energy are dependent on each other, with water actually being too dependent on electricity for water provision. And then on our second objective, we found that the load shedding actually hinders the purification and treatment of water, right? So it gets difficult really for the municipality to actually execute its mandate according to the Constitution. And my time is up. Should I continue? Okay, right. And then lastly, okay, thank you. Thank you. And lastly, we recommended strategies that will actually help with this water insecurity. Firstly, we looked at how about we review the existing policies the policies within water and within electricity. And then we also looked at alternative measures, such as using solar panels in the absence of electricity, using water meters, which were actually effective in places like KZN, Western Cape, and some parts of Limpopo. And then also And then also to educate the citizens on water conservation so that the water supply is not only dependent on the government, but also a responsibility of the community members to actually ensure that when there are leaks, for example, they can actually report them to the municipality. And then also to invest in maintaining their infrastructure, because the infrastructure at the moment is dilapidated and it's old. So they should invest in maintaining it and also invest in getting new compatible infrastructure to ensure a smooth supply of water. And then the implications of the study is that the study will serve as a baseline for future studies, for future research, because already we have shed light on the challenges that the municipality faces when it comes to water and load shedding. So future studies will actually, take it from there and then develop systems, or rather come up with frameworks that will actually ensure that there is water sustainability and the achieving of sustainable development, especially Sustainable Development Goal number 6 and 7. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next group, let me quote Tracy Rees when she said, disseminating knowledge is the human duty. Sharing it is about so that all can benefit. So our next group, their title is a comparative study of the readiness of adoption of climate-related disclosures by the companies in the JSE industrial sector. So now we are talking about Sustainable Development Goal number 13, climate action. I will call upon ACOC, B. Mtembu, M. Masatsi, N. Malupe, and O. Mulosiwa. Can you please give them the round of applause? So their study is about the international financial reporting standards. So basically they will touch on standard number 2, where the key disclosure areas will be governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, and targets. Over to you. Who's the first? All the best.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nosipo Malupi, and I'm here with my group today who will introduce themselves briefly. Okay, so I will tackle the introduction. The topic of our study is the comparative study of the readiness for adoption of climate-related disclosures in the industrial sector. We live in a world where people are becoming more aware of the impact that societal practices have on the environment, which makes it crucial for companies to disclose the information in the attempt to become more transparent. Which makes it crucial for companies to disclose this information in an attempt to being more transparent and to provide stakeholders with a better perception of the entity beyond just the financial bottom line. A study by Amosh and Menso showed that there has been a significant increase in demand for climate-related disclosures by industrial sectors, which also gave a rise to corporate accountability, not only focused on the financial performance, but also the sustainability-related aspects. The International Sustainability Board has issued International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS S1, general requirements for disclosures of sustainability related financial information, and IFRS S2, climate related disclosures. Yes. Studies have shown delicate differences in each type of the sustainability reporting disclosed, with challenges faced by each one. And now moving on to the problem investigated. This study will be conducted on companies in the industrial sector listed on the JSE, since the industrial sector is one of the biggest contributors of climate change. Stakeholders have developed this increased demand as well. The introduction highlighted the increasing demand for the reliable and consistent information, which was also highlighted in the introduction. And these inconsistencies raise concerns and the reliability of disclosed information by the companies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Abraline Kok, and the aim of our research was to compare the readiness for adoption of climate-related disclosures within these listed companies. It was also to assess the climate-related reports from different industrial companies within the JSE, using the Ernst & Young climate-related disclosure checklist. The findings of this study could assist us to make recommendations towards the effective adoption of the climate-related disclosures to the management of the various companies. In terms of our literature review, the theoretical elements of this research are the stakeholder theory, which clarifies that companies disclose their climate-related information to the various stakeholders to demonstrate their commitment to transparency and engagement. And then the legitimacy theory, which argues that companies disclose information to appear responsible and acceptable in the eyes of society, essentially justifying their operations and maintaining their license to operate. The key literature findings were, is it possible to move this, please? Firstly, climate-related disclosures assist companies in identifying risks and opportunities related to the environment, leading to improved strategies and decision-making, as found by a study done by Karaman in 2020. Pertamina in 2023 identified several benefits relating to IFRS S2 adoption, such as risk awareness, transparency, and market reputation. However, some challenges such as resource investment, measurement gaps, and integration complexities were also noted. De Silva Lokudonga et al. In 2020 reported an increased ESG disclosure in Australia. However, many developing countries like Nigeria still relied on voluntary reporting. Hindley in 2012 noted early progress in sustainability disclosures by JSE listed mining companies, whereas Dutoué reported continued growth in climate-related disclosures within the industrial sector. The JSE climate-related disclosure has further supported this by providing structured framework to improve ESG reporting practices. Almosh and Manzar found that companies disclose climate-related opportunities and risks at high levels as they directly impact business strategies and investment decisions. However, reporting on other elements like governance, metrics, targets, and risk management remains at moderate levels, indicating gaps in comprehensive climate-related practices. Ibrahim and Akinadeu both investigated the relationship between sustainability reporting and financial performance in listed companies and found that enhanced climate and sustainability disclosures contribute to stronger financial outcomes. Their studies highlight that increased transparency not only builds stakeholder trust and improves market perception, but also supports better risk management and long-term value creation. The reviewed literature highlights the importance of climate-related disclosures while exposing the implementation challenges companies might face, especially in growing economies.
With the research methodology, the research approach that was used was the abduction approach, where data was collected, analyzed, and interpreted from the annual reporting statements of companies we found. Okay. From the companies we found from the financial reports we found on their website. This study adopts pragmatist research philosophy, which combines both positivism and interpretivism approaches by applying whichever is most suitable for the research question. It allows the study to analyze both qualitative data effectively. We also used mixed research design, the convergent parallel method, where quantitative and qualitative data is collected simultaneously, which aims to combine both the data for more comprehensive analysis of the research problems. We also made use of binary assessment checklist by using the readiness of the JSC listed companies we selected. This was achieved by making use of the climate-related reports. The descriptive analysis was used, which is shown in the following graphs. This graph shows the level of disclosure in aggregate of all companies in the industrial transportation sector listed on the JSC against the key areas of disclosures as per the EY checklist. This one shows each company's level of disclosure per key area, and you can see that some companies don't even disclose on their key areas, like Trenco Ltd. This one shows how each company is currently complying to the standards IFRS S1 and S2. And this last one shows how all the companies in the industrial transportation sector listed on the JSC's current compliance.
The findings show that the industrial transportation sector of the JSC is showing an overall low readiness for IFRS S2 adoption. The average compliance score across all companies and disclosure categories was 23%, well below the 50% threshold. Performance by key disclosure areas from EY checklist varies between companies, with the highest disclosed area being governance, while metrics and targets were the least disclosed. Industry-wide adaptation is lagging, while the highest combined compliance of IFRS S1 and S2 is at 24.64%, indicating significant room for improvement. These findings highlight that most companies are still in the early stages of aligning their disclosures with IFRS S2 framework, and the low compliance is partly attributed to the timing of the release of IFRS S1 and S2, since they only became effective on the 1st of January 2024, and our study is looking at the reports released in 2023. Based on the findings of our study, we would like to recommend an improved guidance and consistent disclosure practices to enhance transparency and accountability within the industrial transportation subsector. It also acknowledges the limitations in the data scope and sample size, suggesting future research with broader coverage and updated data as companies adapt to IFRS S2 over time. The study highlighted the current shortcomings in the climate-related disclosures within the industrial transportation subsector, sector and stressed the need for improved transparency, accountability, and readiness for IFRS S2 implementation. In closing, we would like to thank our Professor Ambe in his absence, as well as Dr. Carla Serfontaine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Before I open for question and answer, I think the highlights of these two presentations, it's about accountability and sustainability. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are opening for question and answer. Before question and answer, I just want you to give a recommendations or a contribution before you ask a question. Can I please have those who have contributions or recommendations?
Thank you. Thanks, student, for the presentation. It was a good presentation which touched based on our current issues, that is our problems in our societies and globally. My contribution will be just brief. Number one, to say, please remember not to put too much information in your slides. It clusters you and then you are unable to present, and it creates more and more anxiety as you present. Also, make sure that when you are presenting, before you even present, there's an old saying which says, practice makes perfect, right? So I'm saying this from the perspective as a person who's doing supervision. So I'm not like I'm judging you, but just for future use. So when you practice and then it gives you that platform, actually I'm giving to all the students, not to read all the time, but to read and look, so that you engage with the audience. So I understand this is your first time presentation in an audience like this, and it is expected that you will have those butterflies. But for future engagement, make sure that also you check the time, how much time are you given for the presentation, and you give us all the key aspects. Other than that, it was a good presentation, it gave us information. Or also, in your recommendation, don't just recommend and say for future studies. Tell us what are your recommendations that are found in your studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And now we can open questions. One.
My question is to the first speaker. I'm taking into consideration the high unemployment rate and that most South Africans are relying on the 350 grants. What do you recommend for the South Africans that are unable to pay for the water service delivery?
Thank you. Currently, there are indigent programs for those that cannot really pay for services and they are unable to work. That is the older people. However, for the younger ones, when you have a prepaid meter, you can buy water as little as 10 rands. I am not saying that it is compulsory and everything. However, that 10 rands will provide you with a few liters of water, and it'll also go into providing even more services, because now services are provided without any revenue collected from the people. However, if we can have 100 people paying 10 rands, or rather buying a water for 10 rands each, then it contributes towards helping the municipality to provide water to the people. However, noting that really there is high unemployment rates, it is something that still needs to be explored on how then do we ensure that we can receive that little revenue from the people. Hence, I recommended that the citizens also have to be educated on ways that they can conserve water. Because right now, because they're not paying for these services, the water can run 24 hours a day because no one is paying for it. But the moment you are compelled to pay, then you are becoming conservative so that you are considerate not only for yourself, but for the other people. Yes.
Next question. Prati, are you asking a question? Okay, thank you. If there are no questions, let me close. Okay, before I close, our guest speaker mentioned the UFS graduates attribute. And then he mentioned few. And then Dr. Sibulawa also mentioned one. So for me to close, we are left with two. So it's ethical reasoning and community engagement. So all our presenters have displayed those attributes. With those few words, thank you.
And so we have come to the most important part of the day. It has been so exciting. I wish this could be a 2 or 3 day conference, going out and coming back and having a gala dinner. While the colleagues who have been doing the adjudicating just sum up their findings, I'm going to call on Dr. Sebulai, Dr. Rosaline Sebulai, to wrap up the day for us, whereafter Mr. Larsen Naika will do the vote of thanks, and then we will announce, I don't want to say winners, we are all winners. Then we are going to acknowledge everybody's hard work. But I want to once again emphasize and thank the academics, because what we see here today is because of the hard work of academics. We do recognize that, and thank you so much. So, Dr. Rosaline.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goliath. Mr. Goliath, I am Sebulao. I don't know how long have I known this guy. He keeps on calling me Sebulai. Good afternoon. Are you all well? Are you still well? I'm not tired. Is there any Soto speaking person in here? Soto? Oh, so many. Anyone who wants to come, just one, to come here? Soto speaking. Wabo, the hands were all going like this. Aren't we a multilingual university? I just want one volunteer. Come, darling. Almost so to agere. What's about Bala? Just to, revive ourselves. What's about Hudu? Puta tupa. Tupa. Puta Hudu. Puta. Hudu puta tupa. Tupa puta Hudu. Just say it regularly.
Keep it hanging.
I just want you. Let's just enjoy and have fun about our language.
Hudu puta tupa. Hudu tu. Hudu puta tupa. Tupa puta hudu.
Let's all say it.
Hudu puta tupa. Tupa puta hudu.
Hudu
Tu-
puta.
Uh-uh.
Can we give a round of applause for that? For your bravery. I just wanted us to be alive a little bit. We have been sitting for too long and just listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Goliath. And yes, I've been a friend to the library even before I worked here. So I'm really blessed and I love them so much for the work that they do. I really want to first congratulate you for this beautiful work that you've done. But just to try and summarize, I loved as in the morning as Jeanette spoke about the MOUs that we have with other universities. I think that's very important because we can never work in silos. So the fact that you are bringing up other universities, Sol Plaatje University, University of the Free State, and Central University of Technology, that is commendable. So I really want to say congratulations. Then our DVC Research and Internationalization, Prof. Reddy. I think I'm one person who loves vision. And I think as you have been presenting, I try to look at the vision and say, are we really in alignment with the vision of this university, Vision 130? And sometimes, do students know why do we call it 130? Let's be honest. If you don't know it, this is the time to know. Do we all know? Exactly. That's what I thought. It's important to use this as teachable moments. Vision 130, it means in 2034, this university will be 130 years old. That's why it's called Vision 130. So Vision 130 says in that year, 2034, when we look back, we need to say, we wished to become a research-led student-centered university. And are we? So through this conference, I can attest that we are actually getting there because we are intending to reduce the number of undergraduate students and increase the postgraduate. That's the only way that we can be research-led. And student-centeredness is say, you are our reason. You are the reason why we are here. But most importantly, you heard when I spoke about the graduate attributes, we really need to see you attaining those attributes. And you are demonstrating that today through your presentations. But most importantly, this entrepreneurship attribute is very critical. Make sure that it doesn't matter whether you become a social entrepreneur or whatever kind of an entrepreneur, as long as you solve problems, you identify them and solve problems, money will follow. Those who read the Bible will know the Matthew 6:33 says, seek ye first the kingdom, and all other things shall be added. Don't worry about anything. Now, may I also congratulate all the faculties that are here. And let's go and encourage our theologians to also participate. Is there any theology student in here? Okay, because I checked. We must also do research in those aspects because for us to be, collaborative, we need to start collaborating as faculties before we think of the nations so that we can actually impact our smaller context, our smaller environment, and then before we can go out. So I just thought maybe the faculties must also know. And we have started as the humanities already to collaborate with the Faculty of Health Sciences, and the education has also gotten, but I know theology has also showed interest in what we call engaged scholarship. Because if your education does not impact the communities, if you are not able to use that knowledge to go out there and say, how can I work with you to utilize this knowledge that I've created, to create more knowledge together, then our education is just a certificate. So we need to start changing our thinking. I hope our educators are completing so that I don't talk forever. Are you ready? I was just going to take some time for you. But that's what I wanted to say, that as faculties, we need to start working together. We are not silos. God created each and every person to coexist with others and collaborate. That is why they say, as the body is, the hand can't work without the foot, the heart can't work without the lungs and the liver and all those. Thank you so much, Mr. Goliath.
Thank you, Dr. Rosaline. I will not go to the surname. Dr. Rosaline is really a blessing to the library, a mother to the library. And on this note, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Larsen Nijker to do the vote of thanks. And I think the adjudicators are really excited to announce everybody that won today. Thank you, Mr. Larsen Nijker, the Deputy Director Teaching and Learning of the Library, of which we all report to. And we want to thank him before he thanks us for guiding us, leading us, fighting with us, shouting at me all the time. That he just acknowledges everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon, colleagues. I think you've had a long day, but I have a long list, but yeah, I'll have to go through it because this function wouldn't have been happening if it wasn't for every single person here and online. So I think this is an important thing. The first thing I want to say, I'm not going with protocol this time. And firstly, I want to thank the presenters because I was wowed. The abstracts were of extremely high standards. Our DVC has mentioned that. And I want to say that the presenters did a wonderful job. If you look at the abstracts, go back, read it again, and you'll see the quality of undergraduate and honors students at UFS is extremely high. And you have to be proud of yourself for that. I've worked in many universities, by the way. So this is, I say, please be proud. Thanks, Lee. Please give them a hand. The presenters, you've done a marvelous job. Firstly, our DVC Prof Reddy, I just want to thank him for supporting this project because we report to him. Thank him for the sponsorship of the prize money that he has given us. Our guest speaker, Prof. Mokhela Makawa, our library executive team, the academics and supervisors of all the presentations. I just want to say thank you. I think you've guided your students in the right path. And think, if I look at the content, it's really, really good. To the marketing team, I want you to stand up. Thank you to the UFS marketing team. They've done all the marketing, robust marketing for this event. Thank you. To our multimedia team, which is in front of us, I want you to stand because you've done a fabulous job. The chairs of the sessions, I would say thank you to you. You've chaired the sessions very well. Our finance team was not here at this point in time. I want to thank, it's just two people, there's three people there. Yeah, I want to thank them because with all the lovely food and all your marketing materials that were on the table, if it wasn't for the finance team, you wouldn't have had those. To CUT, the visitors from CUT, our visitors from Rosebank College, welcome, and Sol Plaatje that is online, welcome and thank you for supporting us. When we speak of MOU, that's exactly what it is. We have the MOU with Sol Plaatje and with CUT, and I think this is, we're having conversations at tea time, and the director of CUT says, let us look at expanding this conference and having an inter-campus conference. So that's something that's on the cards. We'll speak to it later. To all the online participants, I want to say thank you for your patience. To all the panel members, I must say the panel members had a very difficult task ahead of them. I mean, telling results and doing all that, it's not easy because all the presentations, in my opinion, were of a high standard. So to choose was very difficult. I could see that, you know. And I just want to say I had nothing to do with the panel members. So, yeah. and the UFS staff across all campuses. I mean, when you speak of multi-campus model, we all work together. So South Campus, this campus, the medical library, the music library, we all got together and worked on this project together. So thank you. And Kwakwa campus as well. To our teaching and learning team, may I have them in front, please? I think they've worked on this project for months. So, or do you understand? Please stand. All the teaching and learning team stand. We've made the call for papers. We made the call for papers in October 2024. So the planning starts in October 2024 until now. So they've been doing lots of work over the year. So I want to say thank you, and that's my team. So it's the winning team. So yeah. So I just want to say thank you, and to Dr. Sabalao, I want to say thank you as well. She's been very supportive of this project, and she's always been, well, she's in the library every week. So it's a problem sometimes, but so the program directors, can you just stand, please? The program directors, thank you. I think they did a splendid job. It's their first time that they're doing this job, so I think they did a splendid job. If I missed anybody, I want to say thank you to the UFS staff, to the entire staff. I think this project is not a teaching and learning project. It's the entire library that worked towards this. So I want to say thank you to the UFS library staff. To the Auditor General, I'm going to call the Auditor General of the panel now. He's just going to give you an overview of what transpired with the judging process, so that just to make it free and fair, I just want him to explain to you what was the process that went ahead in this. Thank you.
Lashan is putting me on the spot. Afternoon, everyone. It's been a long day. Okay. So just to round it up, first of all, I want to say thank you to the panelists. I see some of them that are already gone. So with the process that we followed today, basically we had panelists coming from the library and panelists coming from the other departments. So with each and every session that we had panelists which were rotating. There's a rubric that we created that we gave to the panelists for them to do the overall judging based on the different criteria that they looked at. And then there's a final score that each panelist gave. So for each and every presenter or the group that presented together, there would be 3 rubric sheets that we collected. We tally up all the totals, and then we give a total of how much the speaker or the group of speakers obtained in total. Then from that, we put all the speakers together on a grid or a spreadsheet where we total the amount up. And then based on the highest amount, we then calculate the speaker or the group with the highest amount would then take the first place, so for second place and third place. And I think there's also going to be one for the most innovative, but that one is decided differently and not based on the score sheet. There's a different set of criteria that has been used to obtain the most innovative. So we do have the results, which will be announced shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ledwaba. Are we ready for the presentations? I think firstly we're going to hand out all the certificates to all participants. So I think let us get that in order. Do we have that? Okay, just a few more minutes. So I must say, colleagues, if you look at the QR code on the wall and some are on the table, in order for us to improve the conference, the contents, the venue, the logistics, please answer that questionnaire. I think it will be important for us to plan and forecast for next year and the years to come. I think it's something very important that we look at. And when I'm looking at the time, looking at the presentations now, as Mr. Lee has said, I think we have to look at a conference over 2 days, not 1 day. It's just not adequate time to encapsulate everything that we want to achieve. And I think this is something that we can look at in terms of logistics, and I think it's important. And even here, the venue, we were planning to have it at level 8 at the DSC, but because of the construction in the library, we weren't able to do that. In terms of the prize money, I must say the prize money, if you are the winners of the prize money, please stay behind after there is a process, because finance process is not straightforward. So please meet with Kakiso after the presentation has been done, so we explain to you how the prize money would work. Okay. And I'm seeing humanities are here always right until the end. So I'm not sure what's their agenda, but they here. Mr. Joe Serukwana is here every year, and he waits right till the end. So I don't know what's the agenda behind this, but nevertheless, they were the winners of the most amount of submissions last year. So I was told this morning very cheekily that we're taking the trophy back. So let's see if they are taking the trophy back this year or not. I'm going to hand you back to our program directors. So once we get sorted out with the prize giving. Thank you.
Let's give Mr. Naika another hand of applause. I think he must get the first prize so that he can go on a holiday to Clarence or something. After today, he'll need that. So, and as part of the recommendations, maybe you can recommend that while we're waiting for the announcements, that we have somebody to come and sing here for us. And then it doesn't put the program directors under pressure. But I know there's a lot of talent in this house. I can feel it. But as we were saying something, here are our... let me hand over to Khosi. She's burning with desire to say something.
Thank you for staying with us all the way through. We just wanted you, for the viewers online, to just zoom in into our beautiful trophies. Is it possible? Thank you. Yes, it's all about supporting research excellence and innovation. I think UFS is one of those academic institutions that really supports research excellence. So it's good to be studying here, ne? It's also good to be working here, ne? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to first recognize all the presenters with a certificate of recognition for participation. I'm going to ask the faculty librarians to come up and hand that out to their respective participants. Where is we need Mr. Ledwaba? Okay, he's counting. Mr. Sipoko? Mr. Soto? If you can just take that. And then I'm going to ask, because the reason I'm avoiding doing that, just now I'm going to get into trouble again like I was with Dr. Rosaline earlier on with the pronunciation. So we're going to immediately start off with Ness. We're going to ask Nobushle to call out her participants. And then we're going to ask you as a groups, colleagues, can we have that conference next week? Okay. We're going to ask the group, when you come, you're going to get your certificate, to please just stand here so we take a photo with you. Because last year there was so much excitement. We couldn't capture the moment. So we didn't have evidence that there were people that got certificates. Okay. So we're going to, Nobushle, are you ready for us? So if we can all stand on this side, guys, we can all stand on this side. We're going to call out the participant who will receive their certificate, and then just stand there for us, and we take a group photo of the NES group, then of the humanities group, and then of the NES group. Do we understand that? Guys, must I repeat what I said now? Okay, so I know you all want to say something again, but can you all stand aside? Nabushle? Okay, I'm gonna start with humanities. Okay. All right. Nabushi, are you ready? Okay. So the presenters can stand here. You stand here and you call out your participants. You hand over the certificate. They stand there. You take a photo with them, and then they can be seated. Okay. Is it only the certificate, or are there trophies for other things? Only the certificate. Okay. Thank you.
First presenter is Jocelyn Smith. Certificate, and then okay, then right, please, thank you. Langelihle Malaza. And then Mukwena Sile. Malusi Nomakwezi is not here. She's not here. Mashia Dimpo, she's not here. Kasumba Buse. Tiamo is not here. Okay. Group 2. May I please have the folders? I think we're going to take a picture. Velase Sipesihle. Ramasike Boydumelo. It's not here. We don't. Okay. And please take out the certificate. Yeah. You can keep the folder. Okay. Richie Labone. This one is not. Jay-Z, Nhlonipho. Can you take out the certificate? I need the folders. I need the folder. Shoke Khalelasang. Oh, there's no one. Okay, the folders. May I have the folders back? Okay. I guess we are going to take a photo now.
Congratulations once again, gentlemen and ladies, and thank you for participating. That's your certificate for participating. We'll ask the librarian to stand in there. Mr. Naika, would you like to join the team? We need the evidence for the thousands of rands that were spent here. We need that evidence. Okay. We'll also ask Dr. Mondi to please join us with the next session, please. Thank you so much. You guys can be seated because obviously the prizes are not yet all handed out yet. Then we're going to call on the Faculty of Humanities.
Must take it out the folder.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. The first speaker from Humanities, C. Eitan Vierde. Round of applause. Check it out. The next person is Marne Klasse, but I think she was presenting online. And our third speaker was Mahabo Sitati. She's still here? Congratulations. What's this figure? And our next speaker, Mumalo Mpumelelo. Congratulations. This for you. Congratulations, guys. Thank you very much. You can take a photo.
Okay. Just make sure, like in grade 1 and grade 2, we don't put that diploma under the board, under over. They all look right. Can Dr. Monde and Larson please join us for the photo, please? We're going to need you a bit closer, Dr. Monde. We need your support now, this time of the afternoon. Because from here, me and you are going somewhere. All right, that's just for the photo. Thank you and congratulations once again. And now we will go over to the next faculty. Is that the Faculty of Education? The silent partner, Ms. Ronette Frey, the Faculty Humanity, Faculty, what? Help yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, our first speaker was Refilwe Segalo. Aren't we putting it? No. Thank you so much for your participation. Congratulations. And then our second speaker was Mpo Ngope. Congratulations. Thank you for your participation. And then the third one, Laverne Marstorp. Congratulations and thank you for being here. And then the last one for the Faculty of Education, Boitumelo Mosuabe. Thank you so much for being here and congratulations. And just a last recognition, hand of recognition, please. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations once again. And please be seated again because we don't know who's going to be that person today. Thank you so much. On the next round, I'm going to ask our next faculty is that presented is law. Mr. Soto. I'm also going to ask Ms. Keiko Puti to join the photo, please. I really omitted, not intentionally. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. And our first presenter was Miss Lebuchang Khadebe. Thank you. And the second one and the last one was Miss Stembile Madonsela.
Thank you. Keiko, can you please join us in this photo? Keiko Puti is the Assistant Director, Market and Engage Scholarship, and she played a crucial role in making this event possible. But she's so busy that we don't get a photo of her. So now we're getting a photo of her. She'll be in all the other photos. Thank you and congratulations once again. Let's give them a hand. Thank you. Then our next faculty is. Sorry, as the stopper was drinking lunchtime. I didn't realize. They said it's grape juice. Can Zenobia also join us, please, as a chair of this session of the world? And Refilwe Zim, also known as Fifi. Thank you very much. This is, however, the medical team. So they always work as a team. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause while they wait to hand out all those certificates in absentia. Okay. Yeah. So they'll hold one certificate, not upside down. Okay. The photographer. Keiko, would you like joining, please? We know you got an iPhone 16, but you can stand there. Just stand there. Thank you, Keiko. Yeah. Don't all these students look beautiful? All these medical students. Thank you so much. Then we're going over to economic and management sciences, if I'm correct. Thank you so much. Give yourself a hand for all your hard work.
Let me talk with the announcement. Thank you.
That will help me.
She can do the oh, okay.
Okay, we're handing over to Mr. Sepoko. Where's our manager? Yeah, thank you.
Sibatle Khabisa. Mihlali Mda. Tato Musodi. Adelia Chauke. Eldon Alunga. Umzanjanji. Group 2. Group 2.
Those ones were not
No,
yet.
okay, sir. Abrelin Kok.
That we can.
Benati Mtembu. Mamkashani Mathatsi. Umolemo Mulisiwa. Nozipho Malupe.
Yes, we are done. Are we done? Thanks. Yes.
Okay, yes. Thank you and congratulations once again. Keho, please, I'm going to ask you to join after your iPhone 16 snapshot there. Please join us in the group. Thank you. You're representing all the management that are not here today. Okay, thank you very much. And let's give them another hand of applause for all the great presentations. Thank you very much, colleagues. Now we will call on the next faculty. Hey, that sounds like journalism. Yes, we forgot to thank the cameraman. Thank you, Caleb, for always having a sharp eye. Our next faculty, are we done? Thank you very much. So now we're going to get to the next level of handing out further awards, but we are going to need, where's the paperwork? Nambita? Right. Are the results in?
Drums when I'm handing.
You need drums when you're handing over.
Because I'm a special person, I need drums.
Yes, and you're the person. Right. Colleagues, once again, thank you very much. Everybody did very well. And we're looking forward to the next round next year. In our third place, no, you mustn't see what I see now because I'm shivering. We are all awarded today with a word of thanks, and we are awarded with certificates. And unfortunately, we have to also award some better presentations. Now, I must admit, I'm not sure of the criteria used. Obviously, it's your presentation skills. We did not necessarily look at content because we're not the content specialists, but certain things in how you present and you present your paper. We're going to start off with the third place that goes to the humanities, Mr. M. Satati and his team, Miss M. Satati, memorialization of the Vincent Shabalala, a sculpture in the spares of the bodies of folk. Let's give her a round of applause. What does she win? And she wins a 2,000 rand. Yay! And Joe, great. Yeah. Can we get the humanities faculty librarian as well to join for the photo? He gave all those resources. Thank you. And congratulations once again. And our second place goes to the health sciences and Nkoza and team. Nkoza and team. We're calling Anna Marie to come and accept the cash, and I'm taking you home. I will be accompanying you. The health sciences team, let's congratulate the health sciences again, once again. Thank you very much. And that is like 3,000 rand. And yes, you can come closer. There's a lot of short people, you know. Come closer. All right. And to congratulate who the adjudicators think was the best presentation of the day comes from the Natural and Agricultural Sciences, none other than J. Smith. We call on Bushka to come and join us. Can we give her another hand? Yo. I'm going to help her carry that to the car. A prize money of 5,000 Rand. I'm going to also, because it's the first prize winner, ask Keiko to also please join in the photo. Don't leave it. Because it's the first prize winner and we need for social media and all those kind of nice things. Yes. Yeah, you can, all right. Thank you very much. Okay, so there's another award apparently, a conference paper. So we all know, can you give us your cell number, please? We want to know how we can assess and grade our stuff before we even send it in, so we can get 100%. Thank you very much. So there are other awards, and that I'm going to hand over to Ms. Nambita, the assistant director of systems. So I'm sure she knows exactly what she's doing. She must have went and used algorithms. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. You know the uppercut when you are in boxing. So this one, it was not part. You can see most, I don't even have the big check to show it's uppercut. It just came unexpectedly so. So I want a round of applause first before I can go on, because uppercut, it's always give you that shocking, like, how come? How did it happen? So this paper is the overall of the conference because it was educational, it was interactive. We oversee the future through that paper. So we would like to propose with the university to give the support to these people because it's not only concentrating at the university, it's got element of the community, that we believe that you are from the community. So you are plowing back to the community. I think you can take a guess. Okay, I'll make it easy for you. They opened the podium today for us. Shezi and your group, I'm awarding you 1,000 Rand. So your paper was innovative, the most innovative paper that we like because it's got an element of the community. There was even a question that was challenging you to push it to the community. That's why we see it as the most innovative. Then 1,000 Rand is coming to your pocket. So I'm gonna deduct 100 Rand for myself for being a good judge and come with the uppercut for the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, I think you'll rock the world this morning, but we all stay encouraged. Keiko, can you join us again on this one? Because this is the most innovative paper. Colleagues, and before you all surprise me again, are there other awards that will be handed out? Who do I hand over the mic to now? Because I am so uninformed. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Program Director. So we have one more award, which is the most submissions from all the faculties. This is not all the papers that were presented. It's the number of submissions that came through, and we sift through it to see which is the best. So each faculty submitted a whole lot of assignments, and we choose the best ones to go into the program. But the faculty that submitted the most number of assignments was humanities yet again. Yes, that one. That's over.
Next nani yes, I put. Many things, guys.
That's the secret.
Most option and a win.
That's not that true. Not that one.
It's the one for that student one.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to hand you over to the program director again.
Okay, can we just give everybody another round of applause? Can we give yourselves a round of applause? Okay, so thank you once again, and we're looking forward to seeing you on another level. We might even have a master's, but I think master's does do that 3-minute thesis and dissertation. We're going to ask the guys that received those big checks to stay behind because there is a process, a financial process that must take place, and you must sign off. And we want to thank everybody once again. These that will be traveling far, we wish you a safe journey. These that will be going home over the road, please walk safely. And if please reach out to the library for any further support or assistance that you needed. Mr. Kakisho Kareko, can you stand up? You were honored just now in your absence. That's the finance person that made everything possible. Thank you very much. Then they will meet with Mr. Kareko to sort out the finance part. Please, you can't leave, otherwise you're not going to get the money. Then I'm going to hand over to Constance to end off and sing something for us. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you so much for being with us. I think we tried to compact everything on time. It was not possible without your presence. And thank you and bye. To the colleagues online, thank you for hanging there all day through. Thank you and bye.